Hello, and welcome back to Xenoblade 3. So, last time we made a bunch of story progress, and part of that story progress was getting to the city. Something to note, I wanted to read this section from the book. Again, this book is the art book, which has the Ouroboros forms on one side and the characters on the other. But part of this book is on the very first page. They've got the title screen in its full glory and a foreword. And obviously that's very tiny text. Now, I want to read this, but note, one half of that text is in, French, I think? I'm gonna guess French. So, don't worry, it's not too long. But I wanted to wait until we saw the lost numbers in order to read this, because I thought it would be more artistically relevant. Our first point of focus for the artwork in this title were to create distinctive characteristics for Kevis, Agnes, and the mysterious third power, and to decide how those distinctions would be depicted. For Kevis, we started off by designing Veronicas that used faced Mechon as a motif. Their colors matched with the black tones seen on Metal Face, and their soldiers' combat uniforms make use of these same colors. Additionally, we took the power frame from Shulk's outfit in the Xenoblade Chronicles Future Connected game, and used it as an accent on the soldiers' uniforms. The motif for the Agnes forces, on the other hand, uses white tones and a Japanese aesthetic, seen in its Veronis designs and soldier uniforms. For its Veronicas, we applied the mechanical design seen in the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 game to reinforce the contrast of the Agnes side with Kevis. Finally, we wanted to make the mysterious third power different from the other two, so we created their visual design with an aesthetic sense closer to the real world for their clothing and weapons. Noah and the other main characters end up wearing clothing found in a container left by this third power early in the game's story. This is the reason why their clothing designs are a little different from what has been seen in the Xenoblade Chronicles series until now. Next, in looking at the world of this game, the expansive scenery is a combination of environments seen in Xenoblade Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Setting-wise, this title may mark a veritable fusion of worlds, but in designing the environments, we were careful not to simply aim to give a sense of déjà vu or nostalgia. Rather, we wanted to give players a feeling of excitement and novelty upon stepping into the world. The monsters inhabiting the area are also from Xenoblade Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and I hope players will take notice of the ecosystems they inhabit as well. Finally, we come to the characters. Here, too, our goal was to combine the two worlds of the previous games through a combination of designs and 3D modeling. Character modeling was based on illustrations by main designer Masasugu Saito, while Ouroboros modeling was based on illustrations by Ouroboros designer Koichi Mugitani. In creating the 3D models for these designs, we aimed to reproduce their art as faithfully as possible. We put all our effort into this process. This is especially true for the characters, where we prepared special shaders that were not used in previous titles. The artwork for this title, including the 3D modeling output, represents the culmination of the Xenoblade Chronicles series. I hope that everyone who picks up this book will be able to compare the work processes with the result before them. In the gulf between these two, they can imagine the thoughts and hopes for the future held by each member of the team. Written by Tetsuya Takahashi, Executive Director. So, interesting bits of info there. But now, with that done, let's get into the game itself. There we go. So, how did Scoon's training go? We had quite a big discussion. I'm sure she's gonna be okay. See, she must have gotten some closure about Miklin. Noah, thank you so much for treating her so kindly. If you don't mind, I'd be so glad if you could keep looking out for her.
I see some relations have changed.
Alright, quests. Right, I can't do that until we get the one thing. Let's see. Do we have any question marks anywhere on the map? I know I can't get to that until I'm like level 70 or so I'm not gonna bother with that. Let's see. Battlescar Hulk was level 58. I might be approaching that, but I can probably do some other quests while I'm working on it. Looks like no for this region. Hornets region. I already know what that question mark is. Oh, we got a question mark up here. And at any rate, we have 3 colonies, so I'll go ahead and check out all of them. So let's start with Colony 4 simply because it's the first one on the story. Bolyar is the new commander, I'm sure. Oh, phew, you made it back okay. Bolyaris gave us a heads up. We heard what happened, so Ethel's... Her expression says it all. She bet her life on the fight. She's gone. Oh, Ethel. She was always charging off on her own. Spark it! Okay, enough blathering. We need to decide where we go from here. Yeah, you're right. So now what? Bolyaris? Bolyaris? Hello? No, not we need a plan! Oh, right. I'm sorry, I need some time to think. Excuse? Hey, Bolyaris! He's taking it pretty badly, as you'd expect. But the smoothest course is for the lieutenant to step up as commander. If things fall apart here, then that's going to endanger Colony 4's survival. Yeah, but he's not up to it. Nothing we can do. We need Ethel now more than ever. Borealis. Rousing Borealis.
I see some relations have changed. I see some relations have changed.
I imagine this is mostly just going to be a lot of talking. Commander would come here often when she needed to think. She told me her favorite thing in the world was the view of Colony 4 she got from here. We vowed to follow her to the ends of the world, the kind of person she was. Ethel will always be our commander. I can't imagine anything else. I'm sorry, Borealis. I don't know what to say. Sorry. Guess I must look pretty pathetic to you right now. Say, do you reckon you could do something for me? Yeah, of course, anything. Can you take me to where the commander had her last battle? Borealis, that's... Yeah, we can take you. I'm gonna hide that. Okay. All the way over here. Permanent feature of the landscape. Why are all those Tyrkins by it? Whatever. It's Ethel's Veronis. Hold up a minute. Who's that lot over there? Bunch of Tyrkins. What are those Tyrkins up to? Are they taking over the Veronis? What? Borealis, wait! Get away from that Veronis! How dare you defile Commander Ethel's resting place? I'll tear you all to pieces! These things are going down kind of fast. I haven't even... Oh, they're level 40, no wonder.
Drink! It's amazing!
Learned your lesson now, you feathered menaces. Simmer down, Borealis. If we lose you too. Just tell me one thing. How did the commander die? She fought with everything she had to settle things with Cammuravi. Not even Mobius stealing her flame could shake her will. She was so noble. I felt like I was looking at the sun. She was so glorious. I see. Thanks for telling me. She fought, true to herself, to the bitter end. Well then I guess I have to fight my own fight. I have my own fight to fight. I have to defend her legacy. Let's get back to the colony, Borealis. Everyone's waiting for you. I got peanut butter on my finger and I refuse to touch the controller like that.
That smarts.
Hey, it's me. Call the squad captains to the council room. It's time to resume the meeting. You've got this. Will you join us? You don't have to do anything. Just observe. Yeah, sure. First you run off, and then you resume the meeting like nothing happened. What are you playing at, Borealis? I'm sorry, everyone. I'll explain everything later. But before that, there's something I've got to say to you. You'd better come out and say it. Okay then, listen up. I, Borealis, hereby resign my seat as lieutenant, and take on the role of acting commander. What? What? You can't just... Wait a second. What did you say? What do you mean, acting? Maybe I can explain if you'll shut up for a minute. Look, I'm not cut out to be commander. You said it, not us. She's the only commander we'll ever have. I know you probably think so. And Sparkit, I agree. The Colony 4 won't last much longer like this. We cannot lose the colony Commander Ethel left in her hands. So I'm stepping up in her place to lead this colony. Certainly need someone who can command us all, but... What's with this acting idiocy? It's not the magnificent announcement you seem to think it is. You're joking, right? Sorry, Denzel, but I'm deadly serious. I know some think I'm not suited to the role, but I can't hand it over to anyone. I don't see a problem with it. I didn't think you'd be on board with this, Maxie. Ethel had an energy that we lack. And that energy is what let us get to silver in 3 terms. I can feel something similar from Borealis now. I think it's a good direction to go in. Looks like our maverick loose cannon has mellowed out. I learned that you have to change if you're going to survive. You have to learn to accept anything. We need to bring our colony back to the top. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Maxie? Well, I suppose this way is better than some interminable yawn fest to decide her successor. Decisiveness was always one of Ethel's, Colony 4's, precepts. Well, now you've declared yourself. I hope you're up for the job, acting commander. You mean... Now that we're all agreed, you'd better start ordering us around, acting commander. Yeah, I'll take care of everything. I guess that was more of a... Yeah, I'll take care of everything. As acting commander, Boliars quickly gets to work directing the captains. Colony 4 should be just fine.
I see some relations have changed.
Walk around, see if I can get... Oh, looks like there's another quest already.
I see some relations have changed.
Isn't that an Agnian Levinus? What's it doing in a place like this? That's not a safe thing to have in a Kevis colony, even if it doesn't seem to be working anymore. No fear. I got permission from Boliars. I'll proper link. I was expecting a Nopon. So then, have you all worked it out yet? Sorry, but can we pause for a second? Who even are you? Oh, what a social blunder! I'm Mimir, from the maintenance and development team. Now that's out of the way, where was I? This guy barely even stops for breath. What I wanted to say concerns the Agnian Levinus over here. Here's my question. What do you think makes the difference between Kevesi and Agnian Levinuses? They have different color schemes? There's a lot of differences. Correct, but also incorrect. Pick one, mate. The right answer is their legs. Yeah, I noticed that one. Legs? I didn't know there was any difference. Uni, have you ever looked at an Agnian Levinus? They don't have legs. You see, Agnian Levinuses come with a hover assembly as a standard feature. In other words, they can float. Yes, that's true, now that you mention it. Now, this goes without saying, but the weight of a Levinus airframe is considerable. Additionally, they have to carry heavy armaments, therefore you think it's crucial that they're built with sturdy legs. However, not so with the Agnian ones. They don't even have legs. And when they do, they're terribly spindly. Aren't you just saying that Agnian Levinuses are functionally better? Though I loathe to admit it, the Kevesi Levinuses truly play second fiddle to the Agnian ones in this regard. That's why I made a request to the Tactician Squad that we see some proper Agnian Levinuses. I see. You're basically using this Levinus as a subject for your research. Exactly! But the seizure operation was rather violent, so a lot of parts got damaged and now it's almost junk. So my dream of unraveling the mysterious Agnian technology is still miles away. So I thought I would ask you, please help my dream become reality. I would greatly appreciate your cooperation. Why are you asking us? We're not engineers or anything. What good would we do? No fear, it's rather simple actually. Long story short, I need more Agnian Levinus materials to run tests on. You don't even need to try and catch one. Just defeat Levinuses and bring me back the parts. Pretty please? By parts, you mean literally anything? Yes, I will inspect the parts myself. All you have to do is destroy the Levinuses with wild abandon and nab me to pieces. Oh, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but I only have need of Agnian parts. Please don't forget. Yes, we gathered that already. We'll bring some back for you. A burning curiosity.
I see some relations have changed.
I might already have them. Kept me waiting. How's progress?
Now, what was it we needed?
Oh. Okay. That's fun. I guess we'll come back when I have more. I prefer quality over quantity when you're picking up these parts. Good quality samples will speed up my inspections after all. Now then, go out there. I'm counting on you. Noted. I'll walk around and see if there's any conversations. Otherwise, we're just going to head off to the next colony. I do have several more to check out. I'm not too sure how this whole thing's gonna work out, but if Boliaris has made his mind up, I won't go against it. Anyway, I'll reserve the right to watch him like a quad-wing to try and figure out if he'll make a worthy successor to Ethel. Some of the troops say that people like me serving in the catering corps are cowards, and we couldn't hack it at the front. I always say to them, how much fighting are you gonna get done on an empty stomach? I've got a point, right? Every single person here at the colony is a fighter, on their own battlefield. I'm starting to sound like Maxie now. We're seeing fewer casualties now than we did at the beginning. The atmosphere in the colonies generally improved, too. If Ethel could see how things are now... no, sorry. Just forget I said that, will you? Boliaris, acting commander? It's a pretty ballsy move. But he's got the passion for it, that's for sure. And I know the Tactician Squad will do everything they can to support him in the role. Can't let him take all the credit. Yeah? Well, thanks for that. Make sure he doesn't do anything too stupid, okay? It was a real shame to lose Ethel. I don't think she would have ever settled things with Cammuravi any other way, though. But just as she was prepared to accept that conclusion, there are things that came with it that we need to accept too. I mean, the commander may be gone now, but that doesn't mean the colony will stop in its tracks. That's acceptance, right there. Alright. Looks like we don't have anything else to do. So... we'll go to the next colony, which is this one. Let's see how many parts I have for you. Nope, I'm here all chomping a bit, waiting to build Levinus. You're currently proceeding on track for Phase 4. Friends bring materials, then Rapapa gives them a speedy quick check.
Okay, so we're handing over...
20%, nice. 40%? That's insane! Material all gathered. Phase 4 now completable. Much thanks. Phase 5 need hefty chunk of manpower. Appreciating hard labor of friends in advance. With preparation prepared, Rapapa take quick break from inspecting. If we're talking about escorting a thorax, that's a 4 equitage job, minimum. Yeah, or 1 Centuris, and we'd be all set, you know?
Interesting.
Those lost digits, or whatever they're called, they run on Levnesses that are different from Kevnus and Agnes, huh? I hope I'll get to face off against them sometime. I wonder how I can have the commander sign off on that. I fancy toasty with Armu steak. I go with usual fishy fillet.
Interesting news.
I've been seeing a Nopon pulling all-nighters in maintenance. Any idea who that is? Pulley, of course. Little guy's a proper workaholic.
Got some useful intel out of that.
Alright, I think that's everything. Let's go and discuss information.
Huh? This place where humans go?
We could do with some food. I'll start, shall I?
This has me raring to go.
Could you all come round for a second?
Barely could afford that meal. just barely out of my lots and lots and lots of G. I have no idea what you're supposed to spend all this G on. Well, welcome to the stream, Aro. Lots of armors around Colony 30, isn't there? Must be nice for them. Lots of food around. And armor meat ain't nothing to scoff at. You keep saying this, armor's this and armor's that, but actually, the proper term would be Armuidae. The ones with horns are Ardens, while the ones without are Armus proper. And speaking of meat quality, Armus have more subcutaneous fat, making theirs more flavorful. On the other hand, Arden horns are rich in nutritious compounds, so people grind and mix them with water to drink. Any other questions? Oh wow, I didn't know half of that. Tyon, you're awesome. Better to have too much money than too little. Some RPGs are hard because you don't have money for everything you might need. Yep. The problem is, the stuff that you can buy with it is very bad compared to the stuff you scavenge, so... Nobody asked any questions to begin with. What are you, some kind of armuologist?
Could you all come round for a second?
Hey everyone, I've got something I've been meaning to ask you all. Is it about Levnesses? If so, you should probably address it to Riku, not us. Lance, you are correct, and Tyon, ordinarily you would also be correct, but... I want to know what everyone's favorite Levnesses are! You mean, like, do I prefer an Equitas or a Velitas? Exactly! For me, I guess it's a Thorax. Makes it easier to get around. I like Belanus myself. They just look fun. I don't have any idea what these things are. What about you, Tyon? Uranus, I suppose. It's on the cutting edge of technology. Noah? Mio? Favorite Levness? I don't think I've ever looked at Levnesses through that particular lens. Yeah. Me neither. What's your favorite, Valdi? Me? Well, obviously, it'd have to be... we know yours already. No need to say it. What? I want to say it! Let me say it! It's Mecha Friend.
I think we need to discuss this.
Wasn't this pulley guy involved in hiding those Mecha Friend parts? I've got a bit of a bone to pick with him. He's the one who goaded Widge and Dinky into making trouble. But with a name like that, he's a Nopon too, right? Back then, we couldn't really get a handle on what he was about. That's for sure. Let's have a word with him if we find him.
All aboard! Adventure train ready to depart!
Thanks, Manala. Or no, that was Eno, wasn't it? I can never tell between them, and I thought we had swapped heroes, but I guess not. That was Eno. Her voice is slightly higher than Manana's, that's basically all I can tell. You pulley. Meh. It you guys! Hey, get back here! Why did he run away? Something fishy going on, definitely. Smells like guilt. Let's get after him. Oh, we have tracks. Interesting that we have tracks on this sort of floor, and for a Nopon, no less. But whatever. Maybe it's greasy.
That smarts.
Oh, that was not at all
Let's use this.
where it's supposed to go. Okay. Or no, it was. Weird. I guess we just go this way. Why does it keep doing this? Those tracks are below the floor.
Watch your footing, guys.
He is quite the skilled Nopon to leave tracks below the floor. By more than his height.
Uh-oh, the sky's getting a little dark.
Rain. How inconvenient.
Hey, what just scribbling there? Doing best and working hard for Alexandria. Please give many praises as reward. Meh? Don't look at thing without ask. You very rude character. Alexandria? The Alexandria who's commander of Colony Iota? That Alexandria? What exactly were you working on so hard for her on? And I recommend being as detailed as possible. From where I'm standing, it looks like you were doing intelligence work. Why? We're allies, aren't we? Meh, this has nothing to do with Alexandria. Pulley free agent. Act only for self. I feel like we shouldn't be addressing this alone. We should put this to Colony 30.
I see some relations have changed.
That was mighty close to falling to my death.
Good thing we found this.
That smarts.
Just a few. No, it's actually a proportion of your HP. So it's that it was a few feet too low. Or meters, if you think of it that way. What level you are has no bearing on whether you fall to your death or not. Okay, let me see if I got this right. This Nopon was intending to pass Colony 30 intelligence onto another colony. In addition, hoping to cause rifts within the colony, he masterminded this plan to steal Mechafriend's parts. Yeah, that's about it. Pulley not let Colony 30 defeat Alexandria? So Pulley defeat Colony 30 instead, and make Alexandria happy. That plan. So what now, Commander Baldy? Good question. I don't want my friends to be hurt. So, Pulley, can't we all just be friends and get along? Baldy. Pulley, sorry! Pulley feels so huge remorse! All is forgiven. Really? Baldy says he forgives him. Pulley have change of heart and work very hard now. Should be flat damage. No. That would mean that when I'm at, like... or when I'm at higher levels, I could jump off of... well, let's put it this way. When I started the game, I had a few hundred health, and now I have several thousand health. It would mean that at the start of the game, I couldn't hardly fall at all. Pulley hindered the Doric project for Alexandria's sake, but Valdis still forgave him, and they resolved to work together on finishing Doric.
I see some relations have changed. I hear Pulley's helping with the construction now. Hope he's keeping his nose to the grindstone.
That Nopon is fishy however you look at it. We should remain wary of him.
Thanks to friends, Doric now in Phase 5. That someone found guilty of espionage would get off that easy. Yeah. Thanks, friends. Doric now in Phase 5. Okay. Dinky and Widge start off on wrong feet with Mechafriend after past incident, but all chummy now. Doric currently proceeding on track for Phase 5. Friends bring materials, then Ropapa give them speedy quick check.
Now, what was it we needed?
Oh, this is all I've got. And it does alright, but it's not enough. Not even close to realm of enough. Alright. There's that. Next, off to chat with Alexandria. Hey, remember that Collectopedia card that was bugged out and illegible? Did you know what happened with that in the end? There weren't any new posts since then, so I guess someone went and sorted it out. At least that's what I'd like to think.
Oh, my plumage is everywhere.
I do remember that particular card. How are we getting through resources so quickly? We need to hurry up with the resupply. Our allied troops are in a tough spot right now. We're at 20% of our remaining stock.
That should be enough data.
Wander around, see if there's anything else. The tough part of collecting quests is when it's those eye bubbles that you're just standing there watching people talk. They're not marked on the map. I don't suppose you've seen Salazar around anywhere, have you? She's a bit weird, talks a bit funny. Doesn't ring a bell. Has something happened to her? She's kind of after you. Sorry, no. Sorry, explain. Right, let me start from the beginning. The colonies set up a research team to look into energy. One of the researchers is Salazar, who's become aware of your particular power. She's talking about building some kind of Ouroboros cylinder to get that energy into usable form. Sounds useful. And it sounds like she's decided we'd make good test subjects. Sounds dangerous. It does seem quite dangerous, yeah. She's not a bad person, she's just very pushy when it comes to this sort of thing. My advice to you is to give the research lab a wide berth, just to be safe. Thanks for the warning, we'll keep it in mind. Hey, why the long face? Is everything alright? I'm sorry. It's just that standing in for the captain all of a sudden's been a touch overwhelming. Billy looked like he was doing sloppy work, but all this stuff took some doing. Hard to realize till the shoe's on the other foot. I'm just annoyed that he never really showed us his true colors. Thanks to your efforts, we're starting to see something of an evolution in the way people use the Collectopedia. We get the odd strange request, but feel free to keep using it as always. Naturally, the usual rewards are still on offer. Cinna, your big thing is strength training. Do I have that right? Huh? How did you know? It was the Collectopedia cards. I checked out your history and saw a lot of requests to do with muscle training and stuff. What, it even logged stuff like that? Talk about an invasion of privacy. Intelligence is the foundation of war, after all. You get what the big deal with the Collectopedia cards now? Much as I hate to admit it, it appears that Mobius have an information network that spans the length and breadth of Ionios. Fighting is getting ever fiercer. Proceed with caution.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
What's on offer here? Enemy gold boost. Uh-huh. Like I need that. I have 2 million G, okay?
Where should I start?
What kind of experiments does this person want to do on us exactly? What, are you scared? Well, but what if they catch us? What would they do? And don't get caught? You know who the enemy is. The researcher was called Salazar, wasn't she? According to Caspar, she seems to spend most of her time at the research lab, close by the northern gate. If the rumors are anything to go by, nothing good will come of associating with her. I suggest we adopt a policy of active avoidance. Makes sense. I'd rather not end up a test subject either. Let's do what we can to stay far away from Colony Iota's northern gate. Yeah.
Let's lay out the facts.
Colony Iota's storehouse is going to be in trouble pretty soon. Indeed, more people rely on their resources than ever, and we're burning through them rapidly. Do you think we've given out too much? I think that even without that, they need to start considering what they'll do the next time a resupply doesn't arrive on schedule. You don't have to worry about it. I'm the one who asked you to do this. And it's not the first time we've been short on supplies. Can't afford to be so glib. If it's causing a strain on the colony, you should re-examine your procedures. We can help out with some short-term resupply runs. It's the least we could do after all the talking we've been doing. All the taking we've been doing. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. As you know, the storehouse is Shell's domain. Let's talk to her first. She's probably already got some ideas. If you work together, you can be more efficient. And supplies.
I think we need to discuss this.
What do you make of those strange comments? I've never seen any with garbled text like that before. And it's weird that someone issued the exact same request multiple times. Think our irises are broken? Don't scare me like that. The very possibility makes me shudder. Maybe it's a bug in the card itself? That sounds like something to ask Sequoia. If it really is a bug, she'll be in the most foul mood until the matter's resolved. Do we have to? She seems to be our best option. Right, let's see what she has to say.
It's good to keep a record.
Where to from here?
I see some relations have changed.
You just leave things to me.
I'll take bugs. Oh, Mia maxed out her rank. Oh, she's been that way for a while, hasn't she? Because she has literally nothing else to change to! Alright, let's go. Collectopedia card bug? Oh, is this about the comment text? You know why it's happening? Interference caused by black fog. Still just a theory, though. I assure you, the tool itself is bug-free, and I'm happy to have a word with anyone who isn't. Phew, touchy subject, eh? You keep getting repeated requests from someone called Seif? It's starting to drive me up a wall. We heard you the first time. Waste of everybody's time and effort. Yeah, spamming messages seems like a surefire way to take folks off. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe they don't need to get the thing they've requested. Maybe what they want is for the request itself to be seen. Ah. What they've asked for can be found throughout the tunnels, no bother. Black fog's just rolled in around that area too, which means Sparks, something's happened to the tunnels? I can't say for sure, but it certainly looks like something's going on. Thank you for telling us. We'll check it out.
I see some relations have changed.
It's in the Pendulous region. Of course it is.
Gotta watch where we're going.
How long has it been like this? Regardless, we can't just leave it like this. Let's at least get this rock out of the way.
Here we go.
I still find it funny how Cinna only uses one arm for that.
Hey, there's someone there.
We can expect an interesting story.
For sure. I'm saved! I'm sure it was done for when I couldn't get any comms out. All's well that ends well. Some black fog sprung up nearby. That's why you were having communication issues. Yeah, it came out all scrambled, right? So much for the coded message. That's what the Collectopedia card request was? It was a pretty big gamble. I didn't know if anyone would crack it. If I couldn't use words, I thought I'd at least try to hint at the location. Sequoia guessed right then. Sequoia? The captain from Colony Iota. She's the one who figured out that something fishy might be at play here. Oh, then please thank her. We'll pass on the message. I'm going to get back to my colony now. Thank you so much.
Now we just gotta report to Sequoia and we're done.
Right, I can't use that shortcut if I'm going to another region. Oh, when we have a quest at the northern gate. That's fun. Okay.
Now we just gotta report.
Don't you think it's about time for a meal?
No, I think we just ate. A cave-in? And that ridiculous request was a distress signal? Yes, we were also asked to thank you. And Sequoia, thank you for working it out. I didn't do anything. You're the ones who did the heroic deeds. You know, for him to work out that way of using the system, that's actually showing a bit of intellect. If he was stupid, he'd be dead now. Wait, did you just... Yeah, that was a compliment. Don't get used to it. Well, thanks for the report. Case closed. Caught up in a cave-in, Steve used a Collectopedia card to send an SOS, thereby expanding the card's range of uses.
I see some relations have changed.
Collectopedia cards have a built-in feature that marks the location of the issuer. It was smart of Steve to flip that on its head, but there's still one person who's not so keen on the whole thing. Yeah, someone else? That would be Philly. He actively avoids accessing the system because it knows your location. I actually have no idea what he's doing with himself right now. He hasn't been in contact even once. It's driving me crazy.
I see some relations have changed.
Something sounds like something we use daily. Yeah, it's not all that much unlike smartphone in that way. What's that? What the spark? Cover your mouth and nose. This is... knockout gas. Where am I? Why were we taken all the way to the Denag Desert? Experiments! Explosions! Expanding our understanding of the natural world. It's everyone's best pal, Salazar! Salazar, the colony iota researcher? Queen's fluffy tough, so you've heard of me. What have you done to us? Nothing. Yet. Liar! Then how did we end up here, huh? Me, I'm not lying. I'm just curious. I just want to know about Ouroboros. After all, you are... yet not doing this. Time to get out of here. Meep, don't disconnect. Don't you want to be able to send stuff to your friends? What's she on about stuff? Wait. Supply distribution authorization suspended. Too late. Hey, pack it in. Don't snuff around. I'm not snuffing around. I just furred your permissions. Just come along to Namba Mountain, and I'll kindly unfreeze them for you. Honest. I want you to come and say hello. I'll be waiting to see you. Pick it the queen has animal ears? Well... as far as I'm aware, the queens are, Melia Antiqua and Nia. So the queen of, Agnes does indeed have animal ears. Cat ears. Nia. And then Melia has, head wings. The Ouroboros experiment. Does this quest require a hero? Or if not... It's like, or was it... yeah. One of these. Scan supplies. Yeah, scan supplies requires... a given hero. So if I change my hero out, I can still keep going, right? Right? Looks like right. Awesome. Let's go. Side quests are labeled according to the recommended level that you can obtain them at, and have absolutely no bearing on where you might actually be. Also, they have no indicators as to when they're available, so it's just sort of... I came back and decided to try doing it. And it said level 40, and it just happened to say level 47. Oh, I've done this one before? Oh well. I just picked the shorter fight, sorry, Aro.
Coming together. Nice one, Leo.
Thanks. We're unstoppable.
It
with
was
you
just
around,
faster.
Stella.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Hello? Experiments! Explosions! Expeditious exposition! I'm so pleased you all made it, Ouroboros. Yeah, good for us. Now give back our authorization, we'll say no more about it. Oh, I don't care what you have to say about it. Be a sweetie and help me with an experiment, would you? What? Don't bother, Lance. You won't get through to her. Looks that way. Makes it easier to give her a good walloping without feeling bad about it.
Good to add more names. You're a lifesaver.
Fear point.
No love lost.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of an easy fight. Not too bad, because we're only level 53, but... I love that auto topple. the critters are like, it's none of my business, I'll just walk around.
No love lost.
And down you go. Thought that was it for me. But... oh my queen, would you look at this fabulous data! There's nothing fabulous about it. You've ruined our entire day. Oh, but it was worth it. I've never seen such high energy reactions. And that transformation! Not even a full flame clock unleashes energy like that. It's a scientific marvel is what it is. There's no getting away from it. Ouroboros are walking ether channels. And yet, despite that, this is not how we work. Aspar, what are you doing here? Since you left with Elevenus, it wasn't hard to guess what you were up to. Are you sure you want to disappoint Ryza? I'll throw you in the river again. It doesn't matter. I had to do it. My results speak for themselves. The subjects are comprised of unknown energy. If we can find a way to harness this energy efficiently, we can revolutionize the way we live. I want to bring hope to all of us, and I want to do it during my lifetime. You can't exploit someone and call it hope. Now give back what you took. Beep. Supply distribution authorization restored. Looks like everything's as it was. Are you doing this research to help everyone? Mm-hmm. Sorry if I hurt you. That's okay. I understand. Can't believe this. You better be thankful to Mio here. I am. Go on, have this. There you go. Titanium Temple Guard. I already had one, but okay. This is pretty valuable. Can we really have it? Yeah, of course. I'm not going to use it, am I? So you should use it, and report back on its effects, okay? It gives you more HP. Is this another experiment? You aren't even sorry, are you? Sorry, she's a bit of a one-trick pony when it comes to research. I'm going to research some research methods that won't make everyone so angry with me. Thanks in advance for your cooperation. The party got their supply distribution authorization back. Content with the data, Salazar now eyes new frontiers of research.
I see some relations have changed.
And we got a level up. Alright, we had other quests to do. Give me some Asia mushrooms to experiment on, please.
That's all of them.
Now it's time to test how effective, just how effective this poison is. What would an accessory made with flowers be like?
We just had to persevere.
Thanks for all the flowers. Or you can use Nalpon coins to fill in cards. I didn't know that. Anyway. Yeah, here we go. So it's going to take some time till it arrives. I thought it might. We'll just have to stretch the shortfall out through rationing. So that, if you're low on supplies, we can help. If we all work together, we'll get it done in no time. All of you. We talked to Alexandria about it, and she told us to ask you. This is something you've already prepared for, though, isn't it? Could you bring us up to speed on the situation? Okay, I get what's going on. As you've seen, we're sending out the best of the best from mine and Rise's squads. And if they come back, they're expected to bring in a good haul. In fact, I'm projecting we'll be up to 70% capacity. 70%? Not bad. You said if they come back. So all these big plans are really just optimism, aren't they? Ha, very perceptive. 2 of the units sent on the mission have got a bit stuck. They seem to have encountered a colony of scorepoxes. Scorepoxes? You think they're migrating? Given our info on numbers and range, I'd say you're right. A suboptimal situation. Can someone explain this migration thing? The monsters go on a big journey. If the monster population increases for whatever reason, then they'll go roaming in search of new feeding grounds. And if you bump into them, they'll be on you like that. They're all so starving that to them, you're just a big walking meatball. Yeah. Let me guess. The units that were attacked were carrying food. Yep, the smell must have attracted them. How can you be so calm about this? If you don't get help to them soon. No plan ever survives contact with the enemy. So I want them to get themselves out of this. This experience will be valuable for them as individuals. You're of the opinion that too much help will rob them of their capacity for personal growth? I am. Well, it would still be worthwhile to keep an eye on the situation without helping too much, wouldn't it? If you weren't even a little worried, you wouldn't have told us what was going on. Well, I don't know how to answer that. I think I understand. I know how you feel and what you want for your legacy to be. Kresley's unit is stuck in the Danog Desert, and Thorbin's is in Ribby Flats. They'll be pretty laden down, so you'll know them when you see them. Okay, we'll check on them without coddling them. And we'll keep everyone safe, and the supplies too. You're doing me a huge favor. We got one over here. And one all the way up there. Okay. We'll do this one first. It just won't quit! We could use the supplies as a distraction. No can do. That's our absolute last resort. Give me 3 minutes, then... Ah! Huh? Are you? Should we buy you some time? Please do. These are pretty high-level score boxes. Goodbye. Everything's working as normal. Repairs all done? Yep, thanks for the help. We're going to be a little delayed, but we'll get back to the colony. But there's still score boxes. Not to worry, we're taking a different route. Our plan is to take a path that another unit's already confirmed is clear. You're so chirpy about it. Does this happen often? Well, it's the first time I've run into a monster migration, but there's always something popping up. You get used to it after a while. You've got to be especially calm in command when things aren't going according to plan. We've been looking for Shell we've been looking to Shell for that all this time. And I just thought that this time we have to fill that role. Kresley's tapped to take over from Shell when the time comes. That's why we got this mission, and why we had to get supplies that attract so much attention. There's a little bit of not wanting to be overtaken by Thorbin, too. What are you talking about? It's nothing to do with him. I'm sure Shell knows how you really feel. Keep up the good work. Will do, and thanks.
I see some relations have changed.
The other one is all... Oh, I know what that is. Never mind. All the way over here. Some Nopon travel Aeonius lonely style. Pitapata, one such independent Nopon. Easy to tell where Pitapati go because of ensuing rain. Mimu suggests Pitapata make journey through Danag Desert, but she say no because of not like hot places. Or it's Pitapata is what it is. Pitter-patter. Pitapata. Anyway, we have this over here. I'm gonna actually do this. Since we're here, may as well. And I said I would do one per stream until we run out, so... What will friends choose?
Archsage come up with new challenge! Do try for selves!
Well, Philharmonic Dust Up. We have to get it done in under 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I think we can do that. Semi-humans of desert form musical band. But please to not get distracted by tunes. Big ones spell big danger.
Maybe that one too easy for likes of friends.
Probably. Recommended, the maximum level is 20, but that doesn't reduce our amount of equipped stuff.
Challenge! Begin!
You know, I'm trying to hit this thing, but I can't. Finally! There we go. Oh, okay.
Spectacular! Marvelous! Will it bring friends joy? Archsage sure hope so.
Okay. That was easy. Do it in under 5 minutes for rank S. Finished in a minute and a half. Okay, let's go.
fighting each other. Rude.
Hello, yes, excuse me, is this Thorvin's unit of Colony Iota? Verily, I declare it so. And as for Thorvin, why, I am he. We'd heard you'd been attacked by Scorpaxes, so we just came to see how you were doing. The enemy has been soundly defeated, as you can see. Alas, however, as you can also see, our very important Levinus has sustained a battery most baleful and brutal. Not in the best shape, but repairs should be possible, shouldn't they? Would that were so simple! With the necessary parts, all things are possible. Alack, I find myself bereft of spares. That the heir to Rise's noble company should find himself in such a pickle is enough to get a chap quite down. So that's how you got straight up here. We can help you get the parts you need. Would you deign to do such a deed? You have casualties here. It'll be more efficient for us to go. I shall be forever in your debt. To be frank, merely safeguarding the precious supplies sapped us of our energy. Could I trouble you for 10 of your finest strip-like joints? I apologize for the excessive amount. For my part, I shall endeavor to defend my compatriots and the supplies. We'll be back as soon as we can.
I see some relations have
I
changed.
think I have enough. Yep, I do. Lo! With this, we shall certainly be able to repair the Levinus. How can I ever repay you for this noble deed? That's not necessary. Actually, we should be the ones thanking you. We're actually the ones who used up the colony's resources in the first place. Why, a trifle! Nothing to bestir yourselves over, I'm sure. We gain far, far more than we could ever lose by extending the gentle hand of aid to others. Think on it. Even this mission in itself provides an invaluable training. And it teaches us to respect our limited resources and never to take them for granted. But above all these vital and priceless things, it has afforded me the chance to become acquainted with all of you. This brings me great personal joy. I see. This is not limited to me. We, all of us, are habituated to this mode of life. This knowledge is ingrained in us. I beg of you, use our supplies in whichever way you see fit, without restraint. Not Alexandria was employing these resource-sharing tactics to make allies. Is she also using it to train the newer recruits? Just how far ahead is she planning?
Is that everyone accounted for now?
Nice to see you back. I heard all about your exploits from the returning units. It was just like you said, Shell. Everyone was thinking hard about how to live up to their responsibilities. I think I understand why Colony Iota is such a major player now. Finally appreciate how great Dame Alex is. Just one thing. What exactly is Alexandria hoping to accomplish? Securing allies through resource sharing and simultaneously training the newer soldiers. They are closely linked goals. Dame Alex doesn't like to repeat bad experiences. When Colony Iota was hoarding its resources, we had a big problem with internal conflicts. The rich only want to get richer. There was no mutual aid, no cooperation, just bad faith and selfishness. Dame Alex knew that wealth and resources doesn't necessarily translate to quality of life. See. But is that the only reason? I'm a pretty skeptical person myself, but Alexandria is strangely cold at times. Has she always been like that? Dame Alex still doesn't believe in herself. She can't bring herself to. We've only been able to watch over her, but you... But we what? Dame Alex has to change. That's all I can say for now. Please just keep watch over her. I understand. We will. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent. We managed to get up to 70% capacity just as planned, so you can get back to work as before. Can't thank you enough for helping out our people. Colony Iota's supply shortage has been mitigated. The party also heard from Shell about another side of Alexandria's personality.
I see some relations have changed.
Thanks to everyone's hard work, we've greatly improved the situation with our stores of supplies. Keep up the good work, supporting the Allied troops.
I see some relations have changed.
Hey, you've got plenty of supplies. Don't be greedy. Share them.
It's looking complete.
You're the best. This'll lift the whole colony's spirits. Supplies? Well, then I do have one little request for you.
We just had to persevere.
Excellent work. I'll be sure to ask you guys next time I need supplies. My motto is that if something can be taken, it gets taken.
We just had to persevere.
Ain't nothing like free stuff. You guys are a living lucky charm. I still can't do that. Okay, we'll just travel around a bit more. Free stuff is the best. Yeah, can be. Okay, so we've got that quest there that I can't do. Let's see. I can head over here and see if I can at least get a little more on this. Sometime soon, caravans will hold grand collective assembly. After gallant rescue by Ino cannot pass up chance to leverage position with bragging rights. Show Totoma HD cylinder HD ether cylinder plus.
Now, what was it we needed?
Totoma improved. HD Ether Cylinder Plus reach version 5.0. Design now perfect. Cannot improve more.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
HD Ether Cylinder Plus now reach perfection. Good luck with collecting of high ether.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
Unlocked upon quest completion, but I don't know where the quest is the problem. Probably still locked or hidden. That's basically what I'm guessing. I have one thing I want to check out, and then we're off from this region because I don't see anything else I can do.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
Let's try to not die from falling.
That smarts.
Can't interact. Will not open. Let's go.
Huh?
Shouldn't we really get on with investigating what to do should Kevus decide to use their new weapon against Lambda? Relax, Tion's lot managed to destroy it. We don't need to worry about Lambda going the way of the Orion Mountains.
This is some story.
What's going on around here? Oh, this? We've been prepping for battle with Colony 5 and Colony 30, or whoever. But you know you don't really need to fight them anymore, right? Maybe so, but we still have enemies, don't we? Got to prepare for the worst eventualities. Ultimately, I'm still doing pretty much the same as I always do. Beat sitting around on my arse. The autoloves are key to Lambda's defense. Make sure they're ready to deploy at a moment's notice. I know. Sparks, chill out a bit. You were helping out Kitty, right? That's one way to put it. She kinda dragged us into it, mate. If by us, you mean Neo. Well, however it shook out, thanks. Autoloves are absolutely vital for defense. There are spots that we don't have the wherewithal to defend, but with Autoloves, we've got all our bases covered. The rebuilding's underway, but I'd say there's a lot that we can still do to develop Colony Lambda. Do you have any bright ideas for its future, Commander? Well, it would be ideal to have an environment in which each individual can pursue their own targets. I'd like you to see it through to the end, if you could. That goes without saying, Commander. Here's Seif, the one that we saved from his spot in the cave. Alright. Go to the canteen.
Let's make the most of our break, guys. Could you all come round for a second?
Say, those Autolev Majiggers are pretty nifty, eh? Colony Lambda was once defeated by Colony 13, owing to their special tactics. Commander Isard must have been deterred from fighting head-on and requested them from the castle. The autonomous Levnesses, you mean? Yes, historically the colony has performed admirably, and must have contributed to the request being granted. The commander then used the Levnesses and prevailed over Colony 13. And they remain garrisoned at Lambda. If they work without needing a dedicated pilot, that in itself is already a big help. And now for some reason they're all down in the tunnels. They do have the advantage of safely operating in places which would otherwise be very dangerous for humans. Well then, massive kudos to whoever came up with the idea. Indeed, I'm sure Commander Isard figured out this particular usage scenario very quickly. Yeah, well, I gotta say I'd prefer not to have to fight him again. As far as I'm concerned, I'd be much happier if those motors just stuck to mining rocks. Yeah, that was a tough fight.
Where should I start?
Also, not required! Yeah, you don't actually have to have Commander Isard ever join your party. It's an optional thing! There are not many heroes that are actually required up to this point. I think there's, 3? Maybe 4? So these Orion Mountains, to be honest, I kind of expected them to be a little more mountainous. Yeah, makes you wonder whether someone misnamed the place. Approximately half of the formation has been lost to annihilation events. Kevis Castle's Annihilator made a dent too, adding insult to injury. Wow, thanks for the reminder, mate. I don't really want to think too long about that Snuff and Doomsday device. Truthfully, neither do I. Makes you wonder, though. Do you think one day the entire world could just go up in smoke like that? Not in our lifetimes, I don't think, but maybe decades or even centuries after we're gone? It's probably unavoidable, isn't it? Yeah. That's like the deep, deep future. I don't think my brain could take me that far. Well, we're still fine, but the lot that comes after, ages and ages after, they'll be kind of snuffed, huh? Almost definitely. It might seem like there's nothing to that's nothing to do with us, but that isn't quite right. What we do matters. I'm with you. Can't just look the other way and pretend we don't see the effects of our actions, even if it makes you feel bad. Oh? You're capable of feeling bad? I should mark my calendar. I'm being vulnerable here, you arse! Get the spark out of here with your cheap shots! Experience boost. Yeah, I don't particularly need it, but I'll go ahead and get it.
I'll start, shall I?
Has everybody had their fill?
It's good to keep a record.
Hey, next up.
Let's get going. Time's a wasted.
Huh? This place where humans go for refueling?
I have to admire their acrobatics. It little lonely at times, but life in Back of Beyond's actually refreshing change. Local produce, all very scrummy. Cannot complain.
Good to add more names.
The Sedadan Bros. Could you tell us a bit more about Colony Tao's customs? Our customs? Let's see. Well, our current commander always has time to appoint the next in line. We fetch water from a distant spring. And we don't send off our dead. Instead, we bury them in the earth. These all sound so foreign to us. Honorine brought some Nopon to the colony with her, and they've got an appetite. I'm, a little afraid of them. They're not quite like normal Nopon. I'm sure it's fine, though. The world's a big place, full of weird and wonderful things. The Nopon are here.
This sounds pretty serious.
It's just in dribs and drabs, but my friends are starting to come back. The faces of folks that made it back seem a little different, don't you think? Huh. Yes, you may be right. Toughened up somehow, I'd say. How's Rain holding up? Nothing a good bit of rest and relaxation won't fix. I've got to keep a close eye on him, though. Never know when he might try to wander off again by himself. Colony's kinda empty of people, but I may as well wander around at least a little bit. These trader ponds actually have, resources.
There's so much choice.
But I have plenty of them. Come again, but spend money next time. Yeah.
Better make sure we're well rested. I think we need to discuss this.
Everyone's commenting on how Colony Tao's gained a few Nopon. Nopon are every place. It's true, Nopon very hardy people. The locals are a bit afraid of them, it seems. I can't say I'd call any Nopon I've ever met scary. If Honorine invited them, I'm sure they can't be bad. Stuff in their faces, eh? And here I thought Manana was the only one capable of that. Height of rudeness! Alright, enough prattling, all of you. Shall we look into it, then? Good idea. Let's talk to the Nopon as well. Cultural exchange. I must say I like this one better than the experience boost, because I really don't need an experience boost, okay?
I'm feeling energized already.
I'm pretty overleveled.
All aboard! Adventure train ready to depart!
Oh, I need Juniper. Okay.
Leave it to me.
Honorine, do you have a second? Ag, I have had it with you! Huh? How many times do I have to tell you? I do not have the time for this! Would like to eat meat, please. Would like to eat sweets, please. Forest is too scary and full of bugs. Please fix. What the? Who or what am I even looking at here? A ultimate Nopon fusion is rare to meet. Juniper, I'm begging you, please do something about these fuzzballs. Like what? How you say such thing when we come all this way for you? You didn't come for me, you came for yourselves. I went to Colony 30 to learn a bit about machines. And all I got was these lousy Nopon. Whoa, just chill for a second. Getting all head up ain't gonna solve anything. Eating sweets is good for health issue of anger management. I'm done. I'm just so done. Give me a minute and I'll boot them out. Or we could resolve it with no booting necessary? Ah, come on, Juniper. I can't believe you're siding with them over me. Well, while we're here, why not listen to what they have to say? You good and understanding person. All we want to do is really help. Really is help. Oh, what are you going to help with? Be very whiz with machine. We make it interesting thing for you. The only thing you've made for us is a giant dent in our food supplies, you walking stomachs. Meh, what stain on honor? Okay, I am officially on Nopond out. Got to check on the meat I'm drawing. You preserve food? Yeah, I have to do it in a hut, which is enough of a chore already. So I really do not have time for these jokers today. Oh! Is that inconvenience? Oh, it finally clicked, did it? Yes, you are an inconvenience to me, you fuzzy nuisances. Honorine, please calm down. I've never seen you like this. Look, drying and smoking meat takes a lot of work. Colony Tao is a special place. I know that to you it may seem that our ways are inefficient, but... Yes, that's exactly why we're here. Can help build meat smoker. What? But currently parts of smoker is missing. Here for this is bigger for us. You could do something like that. Why didn't you just say so? We're going to want to eat meat soon, so smoker should be built snip snap. Nope, can't talk to him. Napon always very devoted to fulfilling of own wishes. Okay, so if, say, we were going to get the parts you need for the smoker, you'd be able to build it. Napon always keep word. Can rely on us. Okay, good. Honorine, we'll need your help too. Fine, just for you, Juniper. You know they aren't being malicious. Let's see if we can get these parts for them. Good luck!
I see some relations have changed. Looks
I
like
probably
colony
have the
relations
parts.
have changed.
Do you bring parts of smoker for us?
Okay, so we're handing over...
Okay, they're all worth the same, so... This is plenty enough. We start work straight away. That should be it, right? It enough. Now construction of smoker is possible. After the runaround you sent us on, if you said it wasn't possible, I'd have booted you out of here myself. Behold, Sedanon Bros amazed with power of skill of Napon. Let construction begin! How long is this gonna take? I bet you anything this was a scam from the start. Napon not capable of scam. It's true. It's harder to build than project estimates say, and schedule look dicey, but we finished work. They're not quite enough screw, but it's still very movable. Wow, finished already. So how does it... No, hang on. They straight up just brushed a whole bunch of major issues under the carpet. Detail can wait for later. It's time to see this baby in action! You thought they would build it still stacked? Considering their, I don't know what they're called. Wings? Yeah. Considering the Nopon's wings are what they were using to hold each other up, and also those are their primary limbs that they work with. So this is the smoker. Impressive. Meat go in here, then press button, and smoking of meat is complete. And amazing! Manana want to test. We know you're going to say that. Do you have some meat ready for the inaugural smoking then? We already tinkered machine to smoke ready. Preparation of meat is job of friends. Why am I not surprised? What kind of meat do you think would be best? Any meat fine? Fling it in and Bob of is Uncle Pon of you. Sounds like it's time for a hunting trip. Honorine, you wait here. We'll be back in a flash. Thanks, and sorry for all this.
I'm not particularly good with machines. I wonder if I could operate this.
Alright, in it goes.
Now, what was it we needed?
I think we'll go with the Arden meat. And we're done! Was guaranteed satisfaction to add? It's a stunning piece of work, and it smokes beautifully. And it tastes good, too. Now you admit power of skill of Napon? Yeah, it's slightly mortifying to admit it, but you did a good job. No, I'd never have been able to make something like this. No need for stop. Pleased to keep showering with praise. Please, praise make Napon grow! Sedanon Bros available for all smoking needs. I'm really glad you came to us. We can make as many smokers as needed. Can you now? That'll certainly be good for colony development. Now you respect Napon, yes? Then it's time for you to provide 3 snack for 3 hard worker. Yeah, I'll do that much for you at least. In return, you can teach me the ins and outs of this thing. I can learn a lot from it. Is deal. Looks like everything turned out okay in the end. Yeah, all wrapped up neatly, except for one thing. Which is... how the spark did they not fall over? The Sedanon Bros' invention revolutionized Colony Tao's lifestyle. Honorine decided to accept them into the community.
I see some relations have changed.
I admit it, I was wrong. Napon Engineering is the real deal. I'll see to it that the things I learned in Colony 30 will really put Tao on the map. No more flying off the handle at Napon then? Oh, no worries on that front. We're all perfectly harmonious.
I see some relations have changed.
At first, we hurt and offended by accusation of good for nothing, but they're actually a big smidgen of truth in. But we make great bounce back with completion of Smoker and now can shout loud and proud. Pleased to fill tummies to bursting!
Looks like colony relations have changed.
I'll wander around a bit more, but I don't think there were any quests around, any other quests around here. I wonder if the elevator over here works now. It hasn't before. Nope, okay.
this is something decent, right?
Okay, I think that's it for here. There's not actually any other colonies, are there? Nope. Alright. We do have a colony over here.
My stomach's growling. Could we get a bite to eat, please? The big colonies have so much delicious food.
You can either force their hand with brute strength, or you can persuade with naive righteousness. Choice is yours. Hey, stuff with your naive. Surely that talking's better than fighting. No, you're right, truly. I would really love to see what kind of high-flown eloquence you will bring to bear in persuasion here. Of course, if you're going to opt for force, then don't hold back. Violence is what you do best, after all. Ha ha ha.
Protect one and all!
When the Annihilator powered up, it just seemed to suck in all the surrounding black fog. Does that absurd power it's got have to do with that annihilation effect stuff?
Better make sure we're well rested. Could you all come round for a second?
I did always wonder why Kevis Castle was in a place with that much black fog. Guess it's so that they can use the Annihilator, huh? Of course, that's likely part of it. But if they have a way to convert the fog into energy, then the uses for it need not remain limited to the Annihilator. If I stop to think about it, the tech there is kind of amazing. It could seriously turn the world on its head, innit? I'm sure that the Mobius have it sequestered away precisely to avoid that outcome. And then we went and wrecked it. Until now, we've always been the ones being chased. I think it was a good chance to show that we can and will strike back at them. Next time, let's go even bigger. Yeah, we'll show them what us robbers, boys and girls, are made of! Come on, I get that you're excited, but please try to remember what it is we're actually trying to achieve, huh?
It's good to keep a record.
Where to from here?
Well, we ran out of stuff out of new quests to do, so let's grab the ones that I can actually do. I can actually do this without too much effort. Because I know where to go to grab a whole bunch of, Agnium Levis parts. which is to say, this half of the bridge. So in order to do that, let's warp over to here, because that's apparently the closest fast travel point for no apparent reason. I mean, honestly, it's normally a lot closer. Whatever. And now let's head over.
That smarts.
Whoa, what's with that one?
But yeah, we need Agni and Levinus parts, and I know there's a battlefield going on right here.
That smarts. I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
Well, this won't be any trouble. Fear point.
No love. Appreciate it.
They broke away.
The weak point. Appreciate it. Power. We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Don't try to stop us.
You can be sure I'll do my part.
Keep it up, Theo. Fight one. Sometimes brute force is the answer. Cheers for that. I know. Feeling good. I want to surrender. Sometimes brute force is the answer.
Goodbye.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way. No letting your guard down. You're a lifesaver. Perfect time. Moondog! Let's go. Kill him now!
Check it out.
Kill him now! We can do better yet.
And Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great.
And now we have unique monster,
Up to
Levinus.
you.
Bushwhacker Ferret.
Keep your heads or lose them.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. I hope.
No love lost.
in the world?
Careful, and now.
It does have the Shadow Eye effect, right? Aggro halved? Come on. And down it goes.
I'm getting the hang of this. Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
Get it over with.
Short of death!
And down that goes.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Treasure appropriated.
I need the Agnes parts. Well... yeah, we're just not gonna do that. It's kind of high level. Anyway, we might have the parts now for, Colony 4. Maybe. Possibly. And even if we don't, we now have a better fast travel point. You kept me waiting. How's progress?
Now, what was it we needed?
We can just sort of go back and forth until we got all the stuff he needs. But I don't really want to do that, because that's grinding. So instead, we're actually going to just move forward. We have other quests, right? The Nopon are demanding a bunch of pantless mollusk shells. Help?
That's all of them.
Looks like the Nopon are grinding them up to make a new material. In attempting to play the score she picked up in the city, Mio discovers that it's unfinished. Ask around the city to find out who wrote it. We don't have any fast travel points inside the city. I find that hard to believe. Ah, no. That's by itself. Okay. Oh, we got all sorts of spots. Okay. We'll start here. So you smashed up the castle's annihilator, huh? We used the chaos you kindly created to kick Kevis and the proverbial by raiding the pods. You were robberous. You're like a star of hope rising above the city. You set an awfully high standard for yourselves.
Good to add more names.
We're looking for the person who's lost the sheet music. Do you have any idea who it might belong to? Well, all out of idea, but can ask customers if they've seen it. Thank you, I'd appreciate it. Excuse me, we're trying to find the person who dropped the sheet music. Oh, that's Granddad's. I can't believe he's been dropping things in the middle of the street again. Can't keep doing this. Would you mind introducing us to him? We'd actually quite like to meet him. Yeah, why not? Okay, you can help me find him. Knowing Granddad, he's probably standing on a bridge somewhere, worrying himself sick. Thank you. He's really hard to talk to. Boomer. Excuse me. There you are! Granddad, you dropped your sheet music again. You can't just say you can't write good music and throw everything away. Wait, you wrote this piece. We wanted to know how the rest of it went, so we came looking for you. It's such a lovely melody. I'd love to be able to play it all the way through. Did he hear me? I think he wants you to go with him.
Good to add more names. I see some relations have changed.
You can actually hear this guy playing his instrument. Monica's little crew of running dogs, eh? Well, you can leave me right out of it, whatever it is. No, that's not us. What, you ain't Lost Numbers? Well, that's alright then. Not everyone in the city supports the Lost Numbers crew, you know. Some of us want nothing more than a quiet, peaceful life. That's what I want, anyway. To be left in peace.
Good to add more names.
Not really anything we can do about it, buddy. Sometimes this game just makes you follow people instead of just going straight to the end. Now, if you know where the end is, you can just go straight there, and they will warp to you. But, if you don't know where the end is, you just have to follow them. And unlike Shania, this guy really takes his time. At least they didn't stop for groceries on the way. Such pretty music. Banana, dig it. Getting groovy. And he's humming. I think Granddad enjoyed himself. We had fun playing together too. Pretty different from your off-scene tunes, innit? Feels a lot more jaunty. It's true, the simple act of listening makes you feel connected to everyone around you. How bizarre. Banana would like to listen again. I'd like to write something like that one day, too. You will. I'm sure of it. The partial score was written by Boomer. Ella, Mio, and Boomer's joint performance of the piece left a melodious mark on the city.
I see some relations have changed.
Okay, next is the Scavenger Force. Know where that is? On here. Over here.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
You! Don't worry, we're on your side. We're friends of Monica. We thought you might be able to use a hand. Monica? Then you must be a robberess. Fantastic! We're fine here, but the captain up ahead could use some help. Seems like monsters are really slowing down the retrieval. Understood. We'll do what we can. Are you all fine then? Yeah, not to worry. We're 5 by 5. We'll be taking every last bit of plunder back to the city. This wreckage? It's like a treasure trove for us. Can't be wasted a single bit. Are you okay? Is something wrong? A friend of mine died recently. His name was Yu. I see that wreckage, and I can't help but think about the folks who died there. We should be grateful for everything left there. It's a feeling that I understand well.
Good to add more names.
Know who Yu was? He was with Garnica. Well, looky here, the robbers themselves. Mizuki told me you were coming. Oof, that's a voice and a half. Yeah, how rude of me. Rest assured that we will leave no trace of our existence. Well, I'm glad you're so enthusiastic. It's taking you some time to retrieve everything, I hear? Had a bit of trouble with graphics, you see? I don't know what's got them in such a tiz. They just won't seem to leave our salvage alone. It's proving nigh impossible to get our hands on those Levinus parts. I'd like to retrieve them undamaged if possible. So you just need us to bash up some Garafas. Piece of cake. Recovery of resources is the goal. Engaging the enemy is secondary to that. Repeat. Yeah, where did that come from? The order of priority. Don't you forget it. We support more lives with our scavenging than you know. Always keep that in mind. Got that? Yes, ma'am. Good lad. Don't worry, it's part of a rookie's job to make mistakes, you know. Rookie. You're the new recruits, aren't you? Now come on, pick up the pace. Use your powers and whatnot to retrieve those parts. Thanks in advance.
Good to add more names.
I should write this all down. This is something decent, right?
I think I helped the answers before, so that's why I'm doing the Garafas this time. And done.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
I'll just pick this up then. Nicely done! And no significant damage to note. Nothing to sneeze at, eh? That's our robbers for you, I suppose. We finally convinced her. This was a test from the get-go, wasn't it? I suppose you wanted to know if the power of the famous robbers would mesh with the Lost Numbers way of life. So, you saw through us. You're smarter than I thought you'd be. It's good to know how the scavenger troops feel about us, anyway. Thanks for telling us. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, I got to keep my team safe. Mizuki's a newlywed, you know? And I couldn't face May if anything happened to him. But I digress. Better get the troops home safely, eh? Thanks for your help. Pleasure to be working with you, Ouroboros. The party got to know Kabata. Furthermore, they experienced a day in the life of the Lost Numbers and learned how they see things.
I see some relations have changed.
And I don't really have anything else, so I think we might be moving on now. The rooms are ready for you now. How about getting some rest? Sure.
N, you say?
You know him?
I know of him, definitely. He's been a real thorn in the city's side.
Sounds rough.
He slaughtered many of my people in cold blood.
Oh.
Why bring him up?
Well, no reason.
Hmm?
What's wrong? Is it
Like
something
looking in
Monica
a
said?
mirror.
Is there a problem?
No. Don't worry about it. It's just a passing thought.
Yeah? Oh, I got some news earlier. We're not sleeping in tomorrow. Our briefing starts early. Get some rest while you can.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Night.
Wow, soft beds are really comfy. Who knew? I'm fairly sure you've always slept well, even in sleeping bags. Same. You lot, weren't you even a little nervous? Clearly you were nervous enough for all of us, judging by those dark circles on your eyes. Couldn't just meekly go to sleep after getting here and processing all that information. That sounds more like excitement than nerves, if you ask me. Well, it looks like last night's jumble of information will be sorted out in the war room. Right. We should probably start making a move over to the war room then. Right, agreed. Monica said, you take the lift down from near the Praetorian Hill, right? Hill, right? That's the sword's hilt guard. All the way there, huh? Okay then. Yep. Hey, this opens now. Container!
I hope we can make use of this.
Is this, like, a rare thing?
All the city's residents are descended from the Six Houses. I can trace my roots back to House Ortiz, Monica's to House Vandam, and so on and so forth. And in remembrance of our ancestors' endeavors, our eye patches are each adorned with the pattern of our respective house. Guests like you have to make do with just a plain boring old version, I'm afraid.
Good to add more names.
That makes sense.
I think we can take that elevator down to the war room.
Been a while since my last war council. Hope this isn't one of the boring ones.
Now, we wait. Okay then. Sneaking into Agnes Castle, huh?
Seems we won't be catching a break anytime soon.
So this person who knows where the true queens are... who was it again?
You're looking for Gondor.
Ah, that's right. So then, we've just got to find this Gondor, break him out of the prison camp and get the spark out of there.
Luckily, they don't kill us immediately after we've been captured. We're held beneath the castle, in a detention facility.
To perform forced labor?
There's that as well. But mostly, it's to set an example.
Example?
On the day of an eclipse, once a year, they hold a mass execution of prisoners at Hope's Rest, a hill on the castle's south edge. The whole event gets projected, high into the sky.
Oh no. So that's what you meant.
It's to show us we're powerless.
And the place they do this is Hope's Rest. What kind of sick joke is that?
The next eclipse falls about a month from now. So that's our deadline for what we've got to do. Contact the prisoner and get the intel on the queens.
A month.
Mio.
Her handover remark.
Well, no two ways about it. We better get started now.
Yeah, and we better hurry. We can't waste a single day.
Let's say we make it in without a hitch. Won't the you-know-what give us away?
Uni, I don't think we do know.
The red glowing Mobius eye thing.
Oh,
Bad.
Those eye patches I gave you? There's a special alloy embedded in them. Long as you got that, you'll be near invisible. Slip clean under their noses.
And after we've got the info, how do we get out?
You've put the Kavesi Annihilator out of commission. I'm sure you'll think of something.
Even if we get out, what about your lot?
You don't need to worry about them. They knew the risk.
That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, well, that's how we do things.
But still,
I'll tell you too. Be prepared to make sacrifices.
All right. However, only as our absolute last resort. Is that fair?
That's awfully kind of you. But kind doesn't win wars. There's a Nopon called Samon in engineering. He'll be able to find you a way into the castle. Get the details from him.
Okay. Mr. Samon's engineering department? Go down the lift near Dolgan Cliff and you'll find it in no time. It's the big lift you took to get up here. You know the one? Right. Well, that's it. Ciao. Oh, what? You're not gonna show us the way? There's a strategy meeting we have to be at, discussing what to do after the infiltration. Oh, you're infiltrating the prison too? Well, it was originally our plan. See. Looking forward to working with you then. Yeah, sorry, not gonna be all buddy-buddy with you. Wow, what crawled up his arse? Look at it from their perspective. We essentially took the Ouroboros powers that were originally intended for them. But what does that have to do with any of this? Let's just play our part for now. We should head to engineering. Vessel access. I'm going to pause here for just a second. I need to get more water. There's been a lot of talking so far. Alright. I joined the Lost Numbers in hopes of becoming as fine a man as Guernica. In the hopes of becoming as strong and as kind as him. And yet, even as of this day, it still remains an aspiration.
It should be operable now.
I got some question marks on the map, so I figure I may as well go and grab those.
Every day's a training day.
Oh hey, perfect timing. You lot have already smashed up a few flame clocks so far, right? Yeah, a few, I guess. Why? Well, the thing is, the Lost Numbers are going to start paying out a bounty for damage dealt to Mobius. Here you go.
Good to add more names.
Gondor's the only one that knows the whereabouts of the real queens. I really hope everything works out. You don't think we can handle it? No, it's got nothing to do with you guys or the plan. Sorry, just forget I said anything. The boss will have my guts for garters if I say something I'm not supposed to. Well, that was a short quest.
Now, we wait.
All the way over there, huh? You're safe here in the city. Take your time. It might be the only genuine rest you get. Just don't forget about the operation. We've only got around a month to pinpoint the Queen's locations. Captain Kabata can be pretty pushy sometimes, right? She seems pretty scary. She seems really scary at first. But once you get to know her, you'll get that she's always taking care of us. And she has a great rep for training newbies. Once she told me that she was pouring all the energy from the kids that she didn't have into making us strong. Having kids is the norm in the city, so people whisper about it. But she laughs it off, says you find your own way in life. I think she's so cool. I hope I can be like the captain and choose my own way to live too.
I see some relations have changed.
And he's humming. That's a different tune to the one that was on the sheet music. Did you make it up yourself? Sounds great. This old dude hardly ever says anything, huh? Lost numbers are short on snipers, right? It's just that I've been considering changing my role is all. You're changing your blade again? Are you really sure you found the right role this time? It's locked. Hey. Well, I know how to get there. It just might take a little time.
I guess we know Ionios like the back of our hand now. It should be operable now.
I didn't realize it'd be weighty down here for a while. Okay, whatever. Something to note about elevators in this game, and they've done this in other Xenoblade titles as well, they move a lot faster when you're not riding them. It's an interesting thing that means they actually thought about things like how fast something would realistically go if a person was riding it. Versus, you know, how fast a machine can handle. Well, it's not a new area though. The entire area is already loaded. It's just that the elevator has to physically move to the spot. Kiki asking, big ask here. Friends in? Horse, Shiner, you in? I guess? Maybe we could try asking someone? Can we help you? Ouroboros! What do you guys say to a treasure hunt? Because we're about to go on one. What now? Yeah, right now. But I warn you, it's pretty hard. We were just looking for more people to join in, too. But this special treasure hunt, only kids can play. Why does that matter? Who cares as long as we're all having fun? Right? Don't be such a stick in the mud. Anyway, you made it, and you're a grown-up, aren't you? So it's fine. He is cut to quick. Well, if you need us that much, we'll help. We do! It'll be so embarrassing if we can't solve the clues. And there are so many, please. Fine, you've twisted our arms. I'll help a little bit, okay? Yay! Thank you! Very well, Gigi explained rules. These clues lead to 3 boxes, which all are in the city. Each person follow 1 clue and bring box back here, okay? What exactly are these boxes? Appearance and form is different each from other. Everything else is trade secret. But they're all marked with an X. It's good that you've marked them. Team of robbers get this clue. At foot of 15 lights. What's that meant to be? A clue, duh. I don't get it at all, though. Ah, what a faff. Okay, so what does foot mean? The box at the bottom of something. And then there's this 15 lights business. So what we're looking for is a lot of light sources, and theoretically, if we search at the bottom of it, we should find something. I wonder what it'll be. You save those brain for own clues. It takes some time, so get solving. Solving now. Okay, I'm definitely gonna find it. Yeah! You better get searching for ours too, I guess. Yeah, let's try to find some lights that fit the bill.
Good to add more names. I see some relations have changed.
And of course, only one of those many quest marks is going to be... The number of lights doesn't match what we're looking for. I don't think this is it. Yeah. So, let's see.
How could I? Smarts.
Oh, Kahuna dude. I am looking to solve a riddle. It said at foot of 15 lights was the clue. How are you doing today? I am doing fine. How are you? Our job isn't just scavenging, you know? We recover modules, too. Both of those tasks go towards protecting our lives, in the here and now. But it's the same for both Kevis and Agnes, right? We all raid each other to sustain ourselves. The pattern never changes. But sometimes I'm haunted by the feeling that we could all just find a way to live together somehow. Doing good? That's good to hear. I heard you helped Mizuki out with a scavenging mission the other day. Thanks for that. Don't mention it. It was a perfectly natural thing for us to do. Hey, I heard you're an oven-fresh newlywed. Is that right? Not that I even have a clue what that means. Kabata told me that if something ever happened to Mizuki, you'd cry about it. I guess he's a pretty important guy then. Yes, Mizuki is more important to me than the air we breathe. I'm so glad he's safe and sound.
I see some relations have changed.
It was at just your age when my grandchild joined the Lost Numbers. But he went missing on his very first mission. We should never have let him go. I regret it to this day. But now I have the power to at least oppose what the Lost Numbers are doing.
Good to add more names.
I can't see a mark on it. I don't think this is the box we're looking for. That was a good guess. However you look at it, Guernica was a great man, a heroic fighter. He ceded his position as elder to Monica so that he could carry on fighting on the front lines. Each time he rode back to the city on his Levness, he brought back a brand new tale of valor and daring do. Yes, and I certainly wasn't the only one who was eager to hear them either. He inspired courage in all of us, not just the Lost Numbers. He was a great example, right up to his final moments.
Good to add more names.
Suppose I can agree with that. Oh, yeah, that's probably at the foot of 15 lights. Climb in.
Let's use this.
I mean, look at this thing. I'd say this is the foot of 15 lights. Hey, do you think this is the box? It has an X on it and everything. At the foot of 15 lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So at the bottom of where there are 15 lights, we solved it. Looks like it. Let's go back to Rebelli Plaza then. Cross stamp box. And I totally forgot to open the door, so, all the way back around again. Oh, that doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Up the ladder. There we go.
Let's use this. That spots.
All boxes are found. Everyone worked very hard. Well done. Heh, we rock. I must have run around half the city. So what happens to the boxes now? Now is... open boxes and enjoy contents. Yay! Open the boxes! Open the boxes! Box was opened. Hang on, there's notes in here. Let me see. 28756. Memory house. Cat. That's all of them. So then, this is another clue. This one's even harder to get than the last one. That's why we had to find all of them, isn't it? Put them together and they mean something. Look, join them up like this. Capped memory house. Like snow-capped? But what would be... yeah, what would this memory house be? Could be the memorial hall. What's above there? A road? Wait, I know. It's the Calum residential quarter. It has to be. I heard they've got spare places to stay up there. What? Stan, you're so clever. That must be it. Right, so what's this 28756 number then? Some kind of coordinates to this residential quarter or something? It could be the flat number. I don't think there are that many flats. What if we move it around in the message? It's probably not that complicated. Probably. I thought you were the one who designed these clues. Meh. But then who did? Kiki not at liberty to... I've got it! It's a key code! But the flat's got a door where you have to punch in a number to open it. That has to be it. Shiner, how are you so amazing? In that case, it looks like we've somehow stumbled across our second answer. Gigi already saved these very special clues. Gigi unable to solve myself. But Gigi know you capable of solve. Of course we can. Let's see if we were right. To the flats on top of the Memorial Hall. Shiner, away! Well, I've got no sparking idea who set this all up. Let's keep playing along for now. Gigi's clearly at a loss without us. Oh, if we must. I'm not one to leave a mystery unresolved. There we go. Short way unlocked. And I missed my jump. Nice. Would you look at that? It really worked. But there's nothing here. I don't think that's quite right. There's a note. Return to the founder, bringing tribute. Meh. It's the next clue. How many of these are there? Gigi think this last one. How can you be sure? Because Gigi no answer a clue. I think I know it too. Founder must mean like the statue of the founders, right? That, not correct. Founder mean person who start thing. So it person who make clues. It point to friend of Gigi. What about this tribute thing? That easy. A thing that is favorite for founder. And founder like torpedo wrap. Ooh, this is just grocery shopping. It not at all. Real question behind this difficult question that Gigi not able to answer. Gigi need help with everyone to solve the last clue. We can do it. We still want to get the treasure. Yeah, we'll do it easy peasy. Well, we ain't gonna leave you high and dry after coming this far, are we? Gigi very grateful. First we need torpedo wrap from best torpedo wrap smith. Gigi no. This is the place Gigi told us to go to. Get your freshly made torpedo wraps here. Sweet or salty, choose your topping.
What to buy?
Oh no, you need 100 G in order to do this quest. Whatever shall I do? Enjoy! This should be fine, right? Incorrect. One extra sweet plumage hummy torpedo wrap, please. There you go, thank you. I didn't even know they did them like this. This only available on specials menu. Very sweet and tasty. But one you just bought also tasty. He would like you to savor. You could have told us that earlier. It's 100 G. Uni. Don't sweat it. To miss out on the toppings is a grievous blow indeed. And he's still on about the food. Now everything ready. So where's this founder person anyway? Here to here. At top of back alley steps. Ah. Why did they do this?
That smarts.
Huh? This place where humans go for refueling?
I went through the wrong spot.
Let's use this.
Where's the tribute? Here, as desire, extra sweet plumage honey torpedo wrap. Hey, perfect. Yeah? Hi. Nice to meet you. Who are you people? Friends who help solve clues. He can make an introduction. This is creator of Treasure Hunt. Wait, please. Kiki, understand. Azalea always looking outside here. Azalea go out at nighttime and play alone. What Azalea really wants is not torpedo wrap. And friends to play with. No, I don't need friends. Azalea. Something's eating you up, isn't it? Something sad. What was it that happened? What are you thinking? Will you tell me? If I'm alone, I can't get any more lonely than this. Mom got ill and died. Dad hasn't come home from battle yet. I hate being left behind. Oh, that's a sad goodbye to make. My mom passed away as well, so I know how you feel. Yours too? But this is different. I had so much fun today solving those clues, and everyone helped. Maybe one day we won't be together anymore, but that makes it even more important to be together now, right? Like, if we weren't together now, I'd just regret it later. What kind of games do you like to play, Azalea? I don't really know. Okay, then our next game is finding out something Azalea likes. I love solving tough problems. Which is why I had so much fun with your puzzles, Azalea. Well, yes, but... Come on, give us another! Hit me! You want me to? Now? Whoever solves it wins the torpedo wrap! There's only one. Then you better play to win. Okay, who goes first? Me, I'll do it. Hey, how can I win if I don't even get to answer? That worked out rather nicely. Kiki, very grateful. Thank you. Question of how to find Azalea friends to play with was hardest puzzle of all. Gigi unable to solve this puzzle for the longest time, so that why Gigi get everyone involved. I think this is a nice opportunity. Let's just watch them for a while. It was Azalea who created the riddle. After some sad, difficult times, she kept her distance from people, but now she seems to have made some new friends.
Good to add more names.
I still haven't even hit level 2 on this
Some
place.
relations have changed. That smarts.
Anyway, off we go.
Don't forget the eye patches.
Hey, they actually put on the eye patches this time. Looks like they only put on the eye patches if you actually take that. Versus if you, fast travel out, then they don't put them on.
Looks like a pretty rare specimen.
Now, we wait.
Now it's actually loading in our region.
You what? It's night time already?
That's what they have a loading screen for. And like our last time here, we got a whole bunch of people here. There's a couple of locked doors back here, so that's why I'm going back to see if they opened. Chicken counter. Still locked. There's 2 containers behind that door. I want it open. At least this door is open.
Never seen this place before.
Centridge Harbor.
Is that? Wonder if there's another way somewhere.
Topographical info updated.
Centridge Harbor Control.
I hope we can make use of this.
These are worth a bit, right?
We should take good care of that.
Whole bunch of cash there. Excuse me, are you Saman? Most indeed. And our friends famed Ouroboros? I hear everything from Monica. We'll lend spare ship to friends, no worry. Thank you very much for this. Gee, good ship. Boundary, the name. Friends feel free to use. Whoa, nice piece of kit this. I've never seen a real ship before, except in the textbooks. If friends feeling gratitude can show respect by add Mr. to start of name. Mr. Simon. Sorry to cut the pleasantries short, but could you tell us more about the infiltration plan? At least ask about boat first, meh. Ah, fine. Simon explained, so listen up. Surroundings of Agnes Castle under exceptionally strict guard. Nothing too unexpected. Even with most state-of-art cloaking device, approached by loudness greeted with shooting and shouting and sharp landing. Not all Nopon think of nothing but food. That why we plan approach en route that go around Erythia Sea. From the sea, huh? Wait, if they discover us in the drink, then aren't we totally, really royally snuffed? Erythia Sea, shrouded in black fog. If you ship to glide along surface of sea, will not show up on radar scan from above. Right, good thinking. Before proceed to explain nitty-gritty, we must make ship shape. Friends have to help also. Cannot run as is? There's not enough fuel for runnage of Boundary. Ah, so that's the problem. Sounds like you need some good old-fashioned physical labor. Sign me up! I'm unhappy to see friends so enthusiastic. Could never hope to carry 300 ether cylinder by own self, so things were looking choppy. 300? We really need that many. Friends must remember, once depart on ship, there's nowhere to top up before land of destination. That does make sense. Sure, but where the spark are we gonna find that many cylinders? Not here, that for sure. We pour all fuel we had into making prototype. In other words, we have to figure out the whole supply chain from nothing. Perish thought, friend. Simon never expect friends could provide alone. Only need to assist associate of Simon. Would like friends to go see Timna and explain situation. And that person can get us the cylinders. Assuredly, Timna come from one of 6 mighty houses. Should be no big deal to part with 100 ether cylinder or even 1,000. What are these 6 houses? Very fancy houses and holding of very important people. Alright, we got it. Where can we find this Timna? In Kalem residential quarter of city. Great, let's go then.
Good to add more names.
Lots of back and forth here, huh? Okay, so we already observed that if I don't go through the usual method to get out of the city, then they don't put on their. Then they don't put on the eye patches. I wonder if it works the other way as well. If I fast travel into the city, will they keep the eye patches on?
I hope we can make use of this.
I found something shiny.
We should take good care of that.
Take a look. Nope, they take the eye patches off.
According to Mr. Salmon, Timna's place should be around here.
Do you really think she
Hey, so my dad came back from an expedition, and guess what? He brought me a fortune clover! Whoa, I'm so jelly. He'll have 7 in no time. Is Temna? We've come on an errand from Saman. Oh, really? And what might he need? Well, he's found himself quite urgently needing a large quantity of fuel, so... I don't need the preambles, Duck. This is Saman we're talking about. I'm sure he's got a whole lot of guff to sell me. Well, I wouldn't quite... It's quite alright. What's he after? Tell me plainly. 300 ether cylinders. Planning something big again, isn't he? Not to worry. I'll have them prepared. Or, well, I'd love to do that for you, but lately the conservative lot have been buzzing around. Such a pain. The truth is, we haven't been able to secure a surplus for ourselves, either. A conservo what now? They're the people who don't welcome war, perhaps. It seems you know enough to recognize not all this great city's people think the same way. Some are happy to remain spectators in the conflict taking place outside our door, not fight Mobius, maintaining the status quo. They want nothing more than to seal the city's hatches, build up our defenses. Lots of conservative people like that here. But do pardon an old woman for that tangent. We were talking about ether cylinders. Their lot has been stockpiling more than they need, all just to cock a snook at us. You should get what you need from them. Huh? Didn't you just say you didn't like each other? That doesn't mean there aren't any sensible people on that side, too. I see. So even your separate factions are comprised of varying types, then. Well, maybe we should pay a visit to one of these sensible people, then. Please do. Speak to Miori. She's the person in charge of the material storage warehouse. If you tell her that the Noppon's needs are many, conversation should go smoothly. The Noppon's needs are many? The material storage warehouse is outside the city. Mind how'd you go? Understood. Thanks for your help. Lots of back and forth! This is still in the same region, though, so at least we won't have a loading screen.
The place Timna lives. It's so different from where they've got us staying.
I dare say being in one of those 6 houses sets one apart from most of the city residents, too.
The material storage warehouse is outside the city, right? Why did they put it closer by, do you think?
Perhaps it's to do with what Timna was saying about the city's rival factions.
Alright, I want to see at what exact point do they put on these eye patches. It'd be helpful if I knew where I was going.
This is an eye patch only area.
As soon as they cross this line.
Guess we can take these off now.
It's right here.
Don't forget the eye patches.
That's funny. All the way up there, huh? Alright. Big chicken.
Let's use this.
Hey, the Ansel sees my level and knows that's not a fight it's gonna win. Get on the ladder. There we go.
So cold. Whose bright idea was it to put a warehouse in the arse end of nowhere?
They must have wanted it somewhere that's hard to reach. Not that info didn't leak anyway. This is something decent, right?
Hey, are you Mariori? What? Miss Timna sent us. We're trying to get some ether cylinders. Timna did. Well, is that all? She didn't give you a message or something? Huh? Message? I don't think I remember anything like that. Right, no deal then. You can leave now. What? Look, this isn't what we were told. I'm a busy gal, okay? Beat it. Hey, wait! Suggest to abandon hope. You give coldest shoulder. We didn't give the phrase! Oh, right, she said to mention that the Nappan needs his money. Huh? Is that really what she said? To the word, to the letter, are you sure? Oh, what's it? Needs are many instead? Yes, now I get it. I'll get them ready for you. Really? Thanks so much. Great success! I see. So that's what you meant by the conversation going smoothly. Huh? It mean this person big Nappan fan. Only reasonable, really? So how many do you need? 300 ether cylinders. Is that manageable? I'll check. Hold tight. Also, don't let it anywhere near the storage. Sure thing. Who isn't a great Nappan fan? Don't let anyone near? Like anyone would bother coming out here with without a rock-solid reason. Sounded like the faction she belongs to doesn't want any involvement with us. I imagine she doesn't want to be suspected of helping a robberess. Well then, should we give her a hand? The faster it's done, the sooner we can be out of her hair. Stay put. She said to not let anyone near. I would assume that includes us. Yeah, let's keep a watch like we were told. Huh? Something up, maybe. I just heard something. It's coming this way. Whoa, check them out. Why are they so big? Well, let's take them out before things get messy. I'm with you.
Good to add more names.
Thankfully, they're only level 40. Ha! I love that AoE. I heard a ruckus out here. Anything I need to worry about? Not even slightly. Nobody's here. Right. I've prepared the ether cylinders. Take them and go. Thanks. The atom cap in this game is 99, so they just did it that way.
We should be done with the ether cylinders now. Let's get back to Mr. Salmon.
A ship, huh? I'm on board for that.
We should probably eat something.
They just gave me 4 slots for these things because that was the only way to do that and still have the 99 item cap. Used as fuel for the boundary. Saman is waiting for these.
This is something decent, right?
That's funny. They just give you 4 slots to hold them in. I find it funny that they give you the individual items like that, though, instead of just saying, here's a key item called 300 ether cylinders. So that implies that you can actually spin these individually. No fall damage if you grab the ladder partway through the fall. That's been a thing all the way since Half-Life. There's a joke about Half-Life. How far can you fall before you rip Gordon Freeman's arms off? It's funny that they call it the Erythia Sea because the Erith Sea was the sea that that Alchemoth floated over.
Job well done. Salmon pull all-nighter to install. Expect to be shipshape by tomorrow morning.
That soon?
Salmon never flounder. Always get job done.
Thank you so much.
Thanking not necessary. Salmon is fixer-upperer by trade.
What's that?
Ah, this is ultimate vessel.
Ultimate vessel?
That right. Even vortexing raging great sea not slow advance. It'd go down in history as queen of boats. Still work in progress, but sure to bring to fruition someday. It's someone's dream.
Wow.
Castle access. Using the ether cylinders you brought him, Simon embarks on a night of feverish work to make sure the boundary is usable by morning.
Nothing to do till tomorrow morning, but kick back and charge our batteries.
Back to the city barracks, then.
Whole lot of back and
Now,
forth.
we wait.
I still find it incredible how they have stuff all the way up here. So, that's our next destination over there. That's Agnes Castle.
Good thing we found this.
We can take these off now.
Now nighttime.
Since I ran out on food.
Huh? This place where humans go for refuel?
We could do with some food.
Okay, I wasn't expecting hero quests.
Could you all come round for a second?
Apparently the Lost Numbers can use all kinds of different blades, just like us. Hanukkah did say that the city's people were originally of one kind with the Ouroboros. So you'd say that explains the similarity with us. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Even so, though, it's not many people that can master fighting with multiple blade forms, it seems. If you don't commit, your form is going to be sloppy and you'll get bad habits. I think I'll always prefer what I'm using what I'm good at. I like to at least get a basic understanding on all of them. Nothing beats flexibility on the battlefield. Me, I'm a power girl through and through. The spark's a power girl. Never mind, I got your drift. It's important to remember, though, even though we have Robert's powers, it's still a matter of effort to achieve proficiency.
I think we need to discuss this.
We've been through a lot since we settled on getting to the city, huh? But we all made it through in one piece. That's something to be thankful for. Yeah. We're seeing a world that we've never known before, experiencing it for the first time. Just wish I could have let Guernica know that too. If it wasn't for him, we'd have been cut down right where we stood. Yep, or maybe just ended up blindly killing each other in battle like every other schmuck. I'm glad it didn't come to that. Yeah, think about it. What the old man gave us, it was immense. But in the end, we won't know a flippin' thing about the guy, will we? Kinda sucks. I mean, it's pretty late in the day. I really want to know more about him. I wonder what his motive was for giving us this power. No, in fact, I think we have a duty to find out. Because, like him, we stand together with the people of the city. Seems all the city folk thought he was a pretty awesome guy, huh? Especially Monica. He was a really special person for her, right? Indeed. Monica was referring to him as Dad, even. It's a city custom. That's what they call the person who raises them. Perhaps we could ask Monica about Guernica, and find out what he really thought. After all, we're carrying his dreams now, fighting to make them real. Random's heir. We'll do that, just a bit.
Mmm, delicious.
Rub-a-dub-dub! Thanks for grub!
It's good to keep a record.
All aboard! Adventure train ready to depart!
Or jumping into the war room just so I don't have to wait on the elevator.
Monica, can we talk?
What's up? Sounds ominous.
We were hoping we could ask you about someone. Guernica, in fact.
About Dad?
Everyone in the city speaks so highly of him, but we still don't know a whole lot about him. I think we owe him that much.
All right. Where'd you want to start?
You were brought up by him, right? So, we thought you'd probably understand him better than anyone else.
Ha! I wish that were the case. The Guernica Van Dam that I knew was a man that I always looked up to. He was always busy keeping the city together or fighting out on the front line. Always distant. After I chose a military life, he didn't even talk to me like a parent anymore.
You mean... you weren't on very good terms?
I got to know the man, I think. But not the father. I just thought that we'd have more time together.
Huh. Hey, boss. You're making the kids feel guilty.
Sorry. I don't blame you guys for any of this. Dad Guernica died in the line of duty, trying to accomplish his aim. But that's not all. He died fighting for what he believed in, and he saw it through. Of that much, I'm sure.
For what he believed in.
Well, about that, there still might be a bit of unfinished business there. He sure was adamant about getting stuff home to people.
Yeah, for certain.
Sorry, what do you mean exactly?
Personal effects from the deceased. Things that family and friends can remember them by. We don't leave any other mark behind that says, we were here, you see? If there are people waiting for you, then you just want to leave something behind, whatever it may be. I was in the rear guard. I know just how dangerous that battlefield was. Maybe it's better not to dwell on that.
But there are personal items that have been left behind though, right?
Huh?
Maybe you'd let us do something to help out with that. It must be really painful for the people who never got the chance for closure.
Yeah, right. I'm starting to get a handle on how they see things in the city. Sort of. But if there's something we can do about it, I want to try to help.
I appreciate the sentiment, guys. But why go to all this trouble?
Well, we'll get some closure from doing this too. We were losing friends every day.
And before we became Ouroboros, some of us used to be Offseers. Guernica went to all that trouble for others. And when it happened, he was thinking of everyone waiting for him in the city. So I'd like to help his voice find its way.
Much appreciated. Speaking personally, good on you.
Travis, could you pull up the tactical register?
Roger that. Give me a moment. There's the data. We've got a list of deceased soldiers and the likely locations where they fell. Could you check out the waypoints around Alfeto Valley?
That's some impressive precision.
Kind of you to notice. See, that's the thing about us lost numbers. We just don't know when to quit.
Okay, guys. It's up to you now. When you're done, could you meet me at the Remembrance Stones?
Got it. You have my word.
Okay. All the way back to the start.
I see some relations have changed.
I'll whack him good.
You sure you really want to fight me?
You're a lifesaver. Oh, come on! Aerial suppressive, Kyle. We've got the pin down.
Did you see me in action, Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great.
Don't try to stop us.
Well, this won't be any trouble.
No love lost. We should
And down it goes.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Here? I guess they were hidden away so they wouldn't get damaged. I'll get your stuff back to the city for you. Use belongings.
Guys, get ready to fight.
What I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tyon?
I go wherever you go.
I swapped off of Eno because honestly I don't need her right now, and she's not really at full strength yet. At full strength she will be insane. just an insane amount of stuff on skills and so on her. But right now, that's not her. Not that she's weak.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
I may as well get experience with other folks.
That was pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tyon? Keep it up, Neo! I don't fear death, so bring fight!
That was over way too soon! Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
This is a long way from the battlefield. Guess that's why no one could find you. Well, we'll get your things back to the city. Don't worry. Suo's belongings. You and Zuo. This is a really long way from where the Levinus crashed. Don't worry, we'll bring your belongings back to the city. He was belongings. I don't know who he was. And all the way back to Sword March now. Okay.
We've brought their belongings.
Thanks. Means a lot. Can you lay them out here?
Now you mention it, didn't Monica put an eye patch here? Yeah, that was Guernica's.
What does it mean exactly? Placing people's belongings here?
How can I explain it? You guys have off-seeing, right? I guess this is our version of that.
Off seeing for city folk.
You got here first.
Boss, we were waiting for you.
Brother, you.
Zuo, you made it back.
Hiwa. You always kept such good care of this. Now look at it. I just wish that we could have talked more. But you're home now.
Thanks to you, these people got a chance to say farewell to their loved ones. And I got to fulfill Dad's dying wish. Thank you.
Emotes. Sparkles fly.
You're finally home.
Hiwa.
These people, they weren't just sacrifices. They've entrusted us all with the future. As the Founders did. Looking back is not an option. So that was an off-seeing. The sound of that music, it's really something else.
Indeed.
I don't think anyone here will forget this day, as long as they live.
The Fallen never got to win their battles, but maybe now they can get some rest.
Yeah, finally. Speaking of, you ought to get some rest too. You're gonna be pretty busy from now on.
You said it, boss. Wait, just how busy are we talking here?
From now on, I'll be traveling with Noah's crew.
Huh? But then who's gonna handle things in the city?
You'll be here, won't you, Travis?
Like father, like daughter, eh?
Dad spent his life on the front line, and I want to carry on that tradition. I understood that when I heard the Officers play. It has to be me. I have to carry on his legacy, fulfill his hopes. I'll fight for you now. Call on me anytime you need my help.
Thank you. That's truly heartening.
I hope we'll get to know each other outside of battle too. There's so much I'd like to ask you. About yourself, the city.
No
Got our
worries.
class inheritor.
A word of warning, guys. The boss's stories are long.
If you've got time to rip on the boss, I might just assign you some more duties, Travis.
Oh,
Well, at least I won't have to worry about the city while I'm gone. Just holler if you need me.
We'll take you up on that.
Phantom's heir. The bereaved witness the off-scene ceremony and thank the party for everything they've done. Monica will lend you for her help from now on.
The battle for the future is here, and we're on the front line.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Mio is the class inheritor. Oh, it's Uni! Okay, I did not see that coming. Monica's class. Class, Lost Vanguard, role Defender. Protects allies by deploying fields. Specializes in countering enemy attacks and can deal damage while guarding.
Hold on a minute.
I was hoping for Mio, partially because Mio is out of things.
Hold on a minute.
Anyway.
Riku get job done right.
I guess if I'm gonna have to have them in my party, yeah, it'll be okay. We're balanced to an alright degree, I guess.
I see some relations. Better make sure we're well rested.
Fortune clovers.
I think we need to discuss this.
It seems that they believe in fortune clovers in the city as well. What can I say? If you know, you know. And if you know, you're gonna want to collect them. Isn't it mysterious? Seeing children talk about things never fails to bring a smile. Oh yeah, it is mostly children collecting them. That's right. You got a point to make, Senna love. Oops, no, not really. You want to join the go join the city brats uni? Sounds like you'll have a lot in common. Ah, you absolute muppet! Come on, uni, no need to get worked up. Queen's laces, you lot. Let a girl have her hobbies, will ya? That's right. If they grow near the city as well, then we could have a little excursion someday. You're the only one here I can trust, Noah.
Noah! Hey, how's tricks?
We're doing fine here, Boliaris. And you?
Same old, same old. Though we're not getting any provisions from home, so our supply guys are being run ragged.
Any requests for us? I don't imagine you called just to shoot the breeze.
No. Good point. Got a bit of info to share with you.
Yeah?
Specifically, it's about Colony 5.
Colony 5. I remember something about them being pretty highly ranked.
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah. We only happened to hear by chance, but apparently they made gold just that day.
Oh, that's a thing.
Or so it seems, but we're not sure. Oh? Go on. Last time a colony went gold? I think it was about 40 years ago.
Yeah, and Uni was probably in
When you
that
go
colony.
gold, you're pardoned from fighting. That's why everybody busts their balls trying to rank up.
That sounds pretty familiar.
Thing is, we're not even hearing a peep about this from the other colonies. It's as if they're acting like Colony 5 never existed to start with.
Yeah.
I've tried getting in direct contact with them, but I haven't heard a fart back.
You think something happened?
Well, the woman in charge of Colony 5, or Solia, was close friends with our commander.
With Ethel?
To give you some background, some 2 years after the commander got us to Silver, well, Solia managed it as well. Cammuravi might have been Ethel's rival, but Solia and Ethel, they were sworn friends.
What, so... if it wasn't for the thing with Cammuravi, you all would have made it to gold rank?
I guess you could say it was likely.
Then, I can see why you'd be worried.
Yup. So I was thinking of going to take a look. Been 6 days since we lost contact.
Yeah.
If there's been some accident, we could still be able to help.
Are you sure that's a good idea? You got no flame clocks. What if you end up like us?
We'll get the spark out of there before that happens. But I'm talking about Orsolia here. I ain't just gonna leave her. And if the commander was here, she'd do the exact same thing.
I really want to help out on this.
Whoa!
Uni? Seems out of the blue.
Well, you see...
Yeah. Her gold rank.
What the... Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Gotta share this stuff.
Sorry. I just didn't really believe it.
So, what you're saying is, you think that in the past you were attached to a gold rank colony?
Could be. This ain't some ash about wanting to know my past self or anything. A whole colony just fell to pieces. I have to know why.
You reckon Mobius have something to do with it?
Yeah.
With what I saw, definitely.
So that's why. All right. We'll help you out.
No, I mean... Are you sure? You know, I'd be glad for the help here, sure. But I really wouldn't want...
Oh, enough of this already. Tell me this isn't exactly what you were hoping for.
Saw through my clever ruse, eh? Must be losing my touch.
I've seen that memory too, when interlinking with Uni. And I guarantee you it was not a dream. I'm certain of it.
True. I feel the same. What do you two think?
No objections. Let's head out.
Yeah. I want to lend a hand as well.
There you go. Okay?
I owe you one, mate. Seems like I'm always getting you in trouble.
It's fine, Boliaris. We do have an obligation here, right?
Man, not to forget all that food you gave us.
Yeah, I remember you took seconds.
Righto. I'll be moving out after this. Let's rendezvous around here.
The Orion Trail. Understood. We'll give our stuff a once-over, then get going.
All right. See you there.
Yeah. See you.
Noah? Friends make journey to Goldie Colony?
Yep. That's the plan.
Then, humbly asking to drag Manana along.
No problem. But why?
Manana heard rumorings. Say that Goldie colonies have super real good ingredients lying around. Manana will take these ingredients. Resulting dishes will blow both socks and minds.
Trying to expand the old repertoire. Eh, Manana?
Expand!
That'd be really great, actually. Okay. Don't know why I'd ever refuse.
Manana, if you're going...
Rikugo. Naturalistic. Only answer is yes.
I just said I won't refuse. We can all go.
Side story, Uni.
I see some relations have changed.
Alright. In that case, I need to change Mio's class. I don't need 4 attackers. What class do you have? That one? Okay. We'll just go with... What are the classes for defending? You can be a guardian commander.
I'll keep us safe from harm. Hello, Ring. No life lost.
I think I'll leave it. Yeah, we'll leave that. We've got new stuff. Sturdy anklets reduces damage taken when performing arts. Gust bracelet and master arts will be 100% charged when starting a battle. Special foot wraps boost damage dealt indoors. Buffeting necklace boosts damage dealt when HP is low. Sergeant's headband increases physical defense. Strike bangle boosts damage dealt when attacking from the front. Challenger Gauntlet, you deal more damage but take more damage. Star Anklets extend duration when quelling an enemy rage with Burst. Circlet Wisdom boosts healing. Strung Amber boosts damage dealt when attacking dazed enemies. Bristling Chemist increases ether defense. Titanium Temple Guard boosts max HP. Lazur Headband increases daze resistance. Acre Choker boosts damage dealt outdoors. Flame Amulet boosts damage from blaze. Softfoot Wraps boosts damage dealt indoors. Gold Necklace reduces aggro generated from auto attacks. Incense of Calm grants sleep resistance. Bronze Gauntlet boosts damage dealt when attacking from the side. Carbon Gloves boost dexterity. Rainbow Featherband boosts damage dealt to aerial life. We're back into stuff I've seen before. I want to get stuff to... Here we go. That should help her to keep a hold of the aggro.
Better make sure we're well rested.
You have crafting gems. Cook.
To Manana.
I needed that.
Much better.
It's good to keep a record.
And off we go.
Right then, should we get a move on?
So we don't... okay, we do have eye patches when we warp to here. Now, we're going to warp from here to where we're going next. Which is in the Fornis region. Wasn't it? Might be in the Pinniless region. Here we go. Ah, over here.
Hey there, you lot. Fast as a spark in Rogel.
Oh, it seems that they take off their eye patches when they're
keep
far
you
enough
waiting.
away from the city. That's fair enough, I guess.
Good man.
So where's Colony 5?
Easy. It's up on the Loska Plateau. Should see it once you've cleared the cave.
What we waiting for then? This bloody merc's giving me the creeps.
Uni should cool jets. Guessing in Tiz won't help.
You'll be in a tiz in a minute.
All he's saying is that we should play it safe. Careful. Right?
Correct. Especially if situation involve Mobius creeps.
All right. I am actually trying to control myself. If I start going crazy, nudge me.
Whoa. Where's the real Uni?
I just don't want us dragging our feet, all right?
Okay, I tried going through this cave before, but it was blocked, so maybe the door will open now.
This is something decent, right?
Yep, the door's open.
Colony 5 should be just past here, huh?
Looks that way. Defenses look a bit tighter than at Lambda.
You can never go wrong with some ether.
Good thing we found this.
Husks. They're still fresh.
Yeah, this wasn't long ago. Who could have done him in?
We can't just leave this be.
Yeah, I remember when we were at the castle, they said, this bunch is going to Colony 5 and that's going into the castle.
Cautious around here. Yeah, sparks, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Noah, would you mind?
I'd better send them off.
Time to do the right thing, eh?
Such is the Overseer's duty.
We can't just leave this be.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Noah, these marks, considering their elevation, it can only be...
Right. Only something as big as Ouroboros or Mobius could make these.
Colony 5 rear guard.
You're a lifesaver.
Well, that was fast.
Stand fast! Cease combat! Yeah, you're Boliaris, right? Ethel's man, from Colony 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Then you guys... you couldn't be...
Couldn't be what?
No, can't be. You aren't friends with that monster, are you?
With what monster?
Thank the flames.
Huh?
He's talking about Mobius.
It happened so fast. First the commander was promoted to gold, and the night after that, that thing came.
You could tell it wasn't Agnian. Nothing native to these parts. Could tell at a glance. It was cackling, having fun cutting our friends to shreds.
That'd be Mobius. Has to be.
Yes, but why attack Colony 5?
We came to find that out, right? Think. Must be a reason.
And the colony? How's Osolia?
No clue. We were in such a hurry to save our skin. Scrambling for a place to hide. Then you guys showed up.
Right.
Well, she can't be all that
I
far
think
off.
that gold is a trap.
Shall we?
Spark, yeah. And if any Mobius mudders are there, we mess them up.
Yeah. Looking at these guys, they don't seem under Mobius control. But that makes them targets we need to protect.
No argument there.
Who are you guys? You're working with Agnes.
Once we're done here, I'll tell you all you want to know. It'll blow your mind. Okay, let's get a move on, eh?
Before we do, we should escort these guys somewhere safe. Some of them are wounded.
Ah, too true. Definitely don't want them in combat. How about the cave entrance? They'll be safe as castles.
Cave entrance, huh? Yeah, that'll work.
We owe you.
I do have to actually escort them.
These weren't here before, were they?
No, they weren't. Have they been drawn by the husks, maybe?
Thankfully, I'm a really high level.
Found this.
So even the veins don't bother me.
Let's sort this mess out.
Escort missions, yay! Yeah, escort missions get a lot easier when you're such a high level that the monsters won't bother you. Rule of thumb is if you're 10 levels higher than the monster in question, it won't bother you.
We're almost out.
And since my party is level 54...
We're almost out.
Yeah, once we get out of here, we should be safe for a while.
Hold on, what happened to the other 4? I thought I was escorting all of them, but it turns out 4 of them got left behind. Ugh. Do I actually have to fight these things? That might be the case. No. It's just that I ran too fast. Go. Your pathfinding could use some work.
Looks like a pretty rare specimen.
There we go.
You lot sit tight here. We'll press on to Colony 5.
Thanks. It's really us who should be going, but how can we ever thank you?
These guys are doing all the fighting. Thank them. I'm just along for the ride.
Oh, cheers.
Come on. Anyway, you just leave finding Osolia to us.
This is something decent, right?
And let's get all the way back up. I was muting my phone. I don't know why my phone went off, but now it won't.
Something so valuable here.
Quite the caves. Ooh.
These are worth a bit, right?
We should take good
We got
care
an
of
odd
that.
shard.
Wonder what's inside.
Good thing we found this.
Nothing good's gonna come of this. We better prepare for the worst.
Well, what's the recommended level for the quest? $45. Okay, well, this is gonna be easy. Blood-sucking Elvis!
Don't lose focus.
Let's get some actually challenging battles in anyway. The king is back. There we go. It's not letting me... Alright, fine. We'll take you. Overkill! Brilliant Ascension. I was hoping to do this, but I get the feeling that's going to finish it, so I'm not going to. Time to watch the experience bonus climb. $448% experience bonus.
This is something decent, right?
Huh? This is new.
The flame clock! It's still glowing! Oh no. Almost empty.
There really can't be a lot of soldiers left.
Oh, that's the person we were here to find. That's a problem.
You dolt. You killed her. I wish I'd known you were paying a visit. I'd have found a much more practical use for this thing.
You can call me X.
And this is... well, he's just some underling, so I don't actually care. Anyway, I count myself lucky. I mean, you popping up while we render judgment.
A judgment, is it?
Oh, did they actually work it out?
Work it out?
Oh, what? You didn't? Way to get my hopes up. I thought you came because you worked out what's going on with the colony ranks.
With the ranks?
Yes, the ranks. You've been so desperate to raise them. Just for a bit of comfort, you snatched away the lives of your enemies.
Are you gonna get to your point? Come on!
Ugh! Are you some kind of idiot? I mean, I've laid it all out for you. Just think a minute, it'll come to you.
Snuff off!
I'll make it so you dopes can understand. Are you ready? Taking notes? It was us who made up all the colony ranks. Good old Mobius.
What?
First we have the lowly dirt, then there's tin. Tins go up to copper. Then you get iron. After that comes steel. Then you get badass silver.
Steel.
And finally, you've hit the top, gold. You've been falling over each other, trying to kill each other day by day.
But why? What did you even make the ranks for?
Because what else is gonna motivate you, eh?
What?
You humans, you need some kind of goal in your little lives. You want to give your blades an upgrade? You want to eat some nice food? Or you want to live longer?
You evil!
All we did was give you those goals. And while you're trying to rise up, your life force grows brighter. So shiny. Isn't it wonderful? But then, once you've reached the top, there's nowhere to go but down. And that's no good, is it? Then it's harvest time. One last gasp of defiance. Then we take what's stored up at your life's end.
So then, you're saying the gold rank's nothing but a sham?
I just told you, it's to motivate you.
Oh yeah, you motivated us real good. You forced us to fight without ever knowing the truth.
Huh? What are you even... You've done a good job tearing the place up yourselves. Nobody's ever forced you to do anything.
What do you mean, forced?
You like a spot of murder as much as anyone.
No.
There's nothing to like about it. How could anyone like it? We live in fear, knowing nothing but fighting. We wanted to reach gold, so we wouldn't have to fight. But you took even that from us.
Because you're idiots, surely. Just think about it real hard for 1 second. Who gave up the right to think for themselves? You did.
What a load of crap! You're the ones who never left us any room to think about our actions!
You haven't got 2 neurons in your heads. All you have are the things we gave you. And you have the gall to complain?
Arsehole! You ain't getting away with this! How can our lives mean so snuffing little to you?
I was just
Uni.
laughing at the text blows a
She's
raspberry.
just goading Uni to make feathers ruffled. Keep it frosty.
But she's...
False. She's scared of Ouroboros. She want mistake making so she can give friend the finisher.
You think she's... scared?
You. Smart cookie, aren't you? I was told Nopon aren't supposed to interfere. Maybe they were wrong. Well, whatever. It messes up my plans just a little.
But I think it's about harvest time. I'll take every last spark.
And she has a scythe.
More colonies added.
Console X. Mobius L. Okay. I just wanted to get a name for it. I gotta press left in time.
I'm sorry. I'll show you. Thank you, Tyler. I want to die. Hold on. I'll be right there. No way. Hearing's on the way. Hold on. This. There is no longer. Stage left. Sorry for trouble. Hold on. I'll be right there.
I want level 3. Man, that seat lasts for a while. Here we go.
I'll be right there. Go again. Let me get you here.
I was too slow on pressing plus. Fine then. When everyone's up. Ion, get up, please. There we go. Pain attack.
I've got an idea. I use my thinking muscles for this one. All right. I'll follow your lead. Observe my strategy. I use my thinking muscles for this one. Alright, coming right up. I'll take one.
I think that was 100,000 in a single hit. It's not going very well for him, is it? We were only at level 2, so I couldn't smash. I was trying to.
Let me get you. Going in. We're near limit. Take no serious. I'll show you. More where that came from. Just one. Let me get you. No escape. Let's the pressure. Time to send them packing. We'll finish it here.
Another chain attack coming.
This should be our plan.
He's behind, I can't do that.
I'll take one.
Overkill!
Observe my strategy.
Hit them where they least expect. I might have the wait. Everyone get ready.
Limits unbound. 396% bonus.
I think you're starting to get the hang of this. Killing Mobius and all.
Cheers for the compliment, but I'll tell you one thing. I ain't doing this because I like it. I'm just doing this to survive.
You don't change. You're still just a grunt.
You're desperate to kill, just because you're afraid of dying.
That's where you're wrong. This isn't just for me anymore. A lot of people's hopes are riding on this. So now, I ain't afraid. I'll carry these hopes as far as I can, until we've made the world how it should be.
Oh? Well said. All right, how far can you take this? Guess I'll wait and see.
Oh, look! Just can't wait to escape, can you?
Well, of course. I'm a busy girl after all. Can't spend all my time playing with you. Bye-bye!
Elle didn't even say a word.
Huh? What's it all been for, eh? All of our fighting. We struggle on and on. But at the end of the day, it never ends.
As long as we live, all we can do is fight on. That's not going to change.
You saying there's no escape?
Depends how you look at it. Sourcing ingredients and growing crops. You'd call doing those things a struggle, wouldn't you?
You say some weird stuff.
Fight, struggle, they're just words. And what's important is not the words, it's what you do.
Innit? What's inside's the most important thing. You know, I think I'm starting to get it. I've got you, Ethel, and all the others to thank for it.
So, you're not afraid anymore, then?
We're the same as everyone else. We're not perfect. Even now, we still feel fear from moment to moment.
And still, you'll go on?
Yeah. We want to make sure we'll walk the path we want to, just like Ethel once did.
No matter where it goes, right?
It turns out colony ranks were devised by Mobius to stoke colonies' thirst for war, but still the adventure must go on. Class rank limit broken. Medic Gunner. Rank cap for this class is now lifted. Class rank can now reach level 20. And I need to change this up.
I'll protect you.
We'll forge our own way!
Feel like his Infinity Blade.
Shield bash!
What effect do I want back here? Fire charge is bad.
Impact!
Yeah, you want that. Knock on Doll. I need knock on tail. For sure. Okay, our new things are boost damage while outdoors. An attack is evaded, it increases the attacker's aggro towards the user. When landing a hit, deals damage as though the enemy's physical defense was 30% lower. And then everything else repeats. So, we've got boost agility by 27%. Not bad. What else we got? You know what? I'll actually give you the agility boost. You still don't have anything new, so you're going to jump over to
Leave the
this.
healing to me.
Just because the cap is now raised.
Vortex! Ether cannon! Maximum voltage!
Get lots and lots of healing. We get overfall, I think.
Overboard!
I think defensive soul wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we'll go with defensive soul. And you're stuck. Unless you want to jump over to that. And I don't need any more healers right now.
Sure, I can lend you a hand.
Yeah, I want you to jump in here. So, we got booted out as soon as we explored that area. I'm gonna go ahead and fill out the rest of this section of them as soon as we enter the area. So I'm gonna go ahead and fill out the rest of this section of the map over here, and then jump right back in. Because for some reason I've never walked over here.
Is that a supply drop?
There's a container over here. I never knew.
Good thing we found this.
Wonder what's inside.
Also, I want to swap to someone who's using an attacking role. So that would be Tyon.
Leave it to me.
Do exactly as I say.
Alright, that's filled in now. Up we go. Good thing we got the name Grave.
We need to time this right. Might as well claim this.
People forget the colony even existed.
kind of place is this?
Only 5 for honest.
This was a nice find. We need to time this right.
And there.
Transcendent tenderloin. There's those ingredients Manana was after. You go. There is to it. I'll have some tech that's not Kavesi or Agnian, please.
A taste of real human connection.
I'll call you again if I need some more souvenirs. Laters. One shy. Back to more story.
There, all done.
Wow! Amazing!
Wow.
Okay, I'll back to the next one. I even brought the materials and stuff. Make me something mega cool, yeah?
Sure. What kind of blade do you want? Sword? Gun?
Fists.
Okie dokie.
Hey. If we didn't have to fight each other, you think that could have been Yoren?
Yoren, did you ditch training again just to work on this stuff? Did not. I'm not skiving. I just had a bad headache. I gave notice too.
Excuse me? No one did that for you, right?
Yeah, I'm used to doing it.
Okay, it's done. Hold on. Is that...
Who's that? Lance.
This one's Uni, and this is Noah.
Hey, that looks just like me. Good job, matey.
Huh?
I love it, Yoren.
Yeah?
Yeah. We don't have your talent. All we can do is slash and shoot each other. But you create things.
Hey, so who's this? We know someone like that?
Looks like a real tough fella.
That's... it's me.
What?
This is you.
It looks nothing like you.
Yeah, but, like, that's what I want to end up like, someday. Silly, huh?
It's not silly. I believe in you. I've seen exactly what you can do.
You think he's got what it takes? You're talking out your bum.
No, I'm not. He can do it. Right, Jorn?
It shows him wearing something that looks a
try
lot
that.
similar to the
try
console
really hard.
gear.
He looked up to me, man. Smiling.
Sometimes it's hard to judge, huh? What we're supposed to be protecting. It all gets a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Even so, his smile was the real thing. We should cherish that. Next time we'll think twice about who really needs punching.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Fist bump.
So you saw it?
Huh?
Your husk. Your own lifeless husk. You've come across it?
How did you...
Your eyes. You looked like you were gazing into your own past.
That's crazy. Live long enough and you learn how to figure out stuff like that.
Oh, it hasn't been as long as you think. But folk do tell me I'm pretty sharp.
No.
I'd say she's probably in her 30s at the most.
How come you don't wake these guys up? Can you use the help? Or is it because they'd just be Mobius fodder?
They can't be fodder. If we wake them up here, they'll be freed from the shackles of the flame clock.
So why then?
Because this is our fight. We don't know how long it'll take. And their lives are short.
So you don't want to get them mixed up in everything?
That's one reason.
And the other?
People need to learn who they really are. What they have to leave behind for posterity. I want them to wake up in a world that affords them that chance.
How do we discover who we really are?
That from the husk.
Yeah.
You won't find yourself there.
Huh?
You've got to look to the present and the future only. The one in the past, it isn't you. You didn't make that, and it's not yours.
Make that?
But look to the future, and you can build yourself up however you like. You can become whoever you want to be.
I can?
You've got the power to do so. Be true to yourself.
Thank you. That's...
Well, that's what my dad always said.
Your dad?
Mm. But it goes for you, too.
True to myself. We'll see.
Really? Did you seriously just burn your tongue again?
Apparently
you
she's
saw
done this a
that.
few times.
Well, your soup is one of the highlights of my day.
Really? Whoa, thanks. I'm flattered.
It was just the truth.
Want some to taste test?
For real. Good thing I got off early. You enjoy cooking?
Oh, it's been drilled into me. It's a ritual now. Can't really start the day without making a pot.
I get you. 2 months, huh? Since that battle.
Yeah.
That means she's only
You're
got a month
tough.
left anyway.
No joke.
Eh?
We heard from Uni that you're just like us.
Oh, that part.
I've been plodding along, playing it all cool. But when we saw him again, I thought, nah, snuff all of this.
I'm scared too. Just so you know. Since Monica told us the whole truth, I've hoped... No. I'm sure I'll see Miyabi again. I'm so sure of it.
Hard, wasn't it? Hearing that.
Yeah. But it sure beats ignorance.
That's what Noah thinks too. You're hard as nails.
What we don't know might as well not exist. It's an obvious way to think, but it isn't right. Closing my eyes doesn't mean evil disappears.
And so, you go on.
Yeah, I'll keep going. While my flame still flickers to the bitter end. With all of you.
You said it.
Did we hear from Monica? Yeah, the ship's ready. Mr. Salmon must have pulled an all-nighter. It's all going to kick off soon. Our preparations should also be complete. Let's rendezvous with Mr. Salmon at the port. Let's. I hear you're breaking into the prison camp. Good luck with that. Huh, how'd you know about that? Information gathering is what I do. There's a good comeback when I need one.
Just going to run recon on the canteen.
Just let me know if you need my help, alright? I'm gonna leave infiltrating the castle with you guys and the Ouroboros candidates, though. I can't come with you, unfortunately. I need to stay here to coordinate things. Sure you can't. I'm not bringing you because you're a defender and I have enough defenders already. I need attackers. But... that's why I got Gray. What's the question mark? Maybe we're not heading off just yet. Ah, so you showed up? Are getting more of that bounty? Yeah, you've really done quite a few of those flame clocks now, huh? The fighting's only going to get more fierce from now on. I hope you'll be helping us with that. Especially your rings. Oh, okay.
We'll head to another level.
I didn't actually break another one, but I guess Colony 5 counted.
Gotta keep nice and limber.
Azalea very smart. Too smart. Doesn't like lovely waste of time. But stay on track through failure, and things with hard-to-perceive end goal, they not real waste of time. There is bright future ahead, even for waste of time. Gigi just wants Azalea to understand this. I'm sure you'll get that across to her. You're so passionate about it. It's bound to have an impact on her. It might take a while, though. Now we go out. Okay, so we got a few things up there, but not right now. If we head over here... I've been waiting for you. Ship is study ready. Okay, I'm counting on you to bust out and bring back Gondor. You're counting on us? Count on yourself. You're coming too, aren't you? This isn't the Lost Numbers' only job right now, you know. I think you should be plenty capable of carrying it out yourselves, but if you want me there, I'll go with you. Just for the journey, mind. The infiltration is your job. Jansen, you're in charge of the infiltration. Good. Try not to drag us down or rob us. Worry about yourself. Simon, tell us the route. Him. As said before, you cross along Erythia Sea on good ship boundary, then go to prison direct underneath castle. Ah, good. Right through the fog. But here is detail of importance. Even if I'll get there without bumps and bruises, island is surrounded by tall cliff on all sides. Boundary only run over water. After that, friends will need proceed under own strength. So we just have to do our best to climb up the cliffs without getting rumbled? If we can climb up them just by doing our best, then that's great, but... First, it can't be done. If the prison's in Agnes Castle, then it's going to be more heavily guarded than any old colony. Right on the money. Before you head for the prison, rendezvous with a soldier hiding on nearby Venisog Holm. Her name's Kasame. She's the only soldier who's managed to escape from Hope's Rest. If we learn about how she managed to escape, we can use that information in our infiltration, is that right? Venisog Holm is on the way anyway, so rather than fiddle with janky comms, I thought it'd be best to go there and chat. Yeah, makes sense. That's all I've got to say. Get everything ready for departure. Okay. Alrighty doodles. Goodest of luck to friends. Wait, are you not piloting us, Mr. Saman? Saman is tired after a long night of work. Please don't overwork poor Saman. So, who's our pilot then? Pilot is inside you all along. Saman can send information of direction to any iris, so anyone who wants to pilot can fulfill dream. But, however, if break boundary is punishable by mega spankings. Yeah, we get it. Fine, Riku will volunteer for pilot. Is that okay? It's easier than working Lepnis. Riku was our mechanic back in the colony. He's good with stuff like this. I trust him to lead us right. Sure, it'll be fine. We'll do our best. This Gondor person in prison is our key to finding the whereabouts of the true queens. Have to pull this off. Castle beckons. Piloting the boundary. Press A near the boundary to board it. Accelerate with ZR, reverse with B, and turn with L. Hold A to disembark from anywhere, at any time. I'm sure that's reviewable, but I just went and made a screenshot just in case.
Come on, let's hop on the boundary.
You bet.
Oh, it's just shown right there. ZR accelerate, B reverse. ZR and up is autopilot. Hold A to get out, A to exit for combat, and ZL and down to move to the cabin.
I'll draw up the rotor for guard duty.
Ah, I see. Manana's Battle Soup Deluxe. Experience boost, CP boost, and enemy drop boost.
Reminds me of Rosanna's home cooking.
Clean your body, clean your mind, I guess.
It's vital to keep a record of events.
Alright, let's get going.
First time we've actually gotten a vehicle in one of these games. Oh, this moves pretty fast. Good thing you can't crush it.
What kind of place is this?
Warwick Inlet. Time to explore. We're gonna do a lot of exploring, I think. It's gonna be a very long time before we make it to our destination.
Whoa, what's with that one? Huh? This is new.
Knife's Edge Pass.
This was a nice find.
Might as well claim this.
That's quite rare. husks, is it? Send them on.
Such is the officer's duty.
Looks like a new location.
Podesto Valley floor.
Might as well claim this.
Whoa, what's with that one? This is something decent, right?
There's a lot of stuff. And all completely off the beaten path and a long way off from where I'm supposed to be. Level 58, huh? That's a challenging fight. I'll try it.
Now there's a strong opponent.
Foolhardy Sade.
Don't let your guard down for a second. Yeah, they may be strong, but we have no choice.
Good timing.
Okay. What's this thing? Multiplies damage ratio increased by 1.5 times upon completing an order that the hero participates in. Alien's Ascension. And down I go. Goodbye.
We don't push any longer. You went above and beyond what I expected.
Huh? Wow, I'm honored.
Oh, hey, we've seen this area up here before.
Might as well claim this.
This has got to be worth a bunch.
What would it be doing here?
Loops all the way around. We've got more over here, though. Let's go back up.
Is this, like, a rare thing?
Got another odd shard over here.
This was a nice find.
These are worth a bit, right?
What would it be doing here?
Whole bunch of elite monsters, but I fought the only unique monster. You can only turn while you're moving, by the way. So that's fun. Looks like you can just shove enemies out of the way. And it's like driving a car. If you want to go the other direction, you'll go the opposite direction you want if you're pulling it while moving. Backwards. Eurythia Sea. Oh, there's even there's even waves on the sea. Also, these enemies are far higher levels than I want to deal with. Thankfully, they don't challenge me if I'm just going around in my boat. K of the Trick Grotto. That means there's a Trick Grotto out back, I'm sure. Oh, here we go.
Looks like a new location.
I said K, it's pronounced key. It just looks like K.
I guess this is fate too, huh?
Cap of Vikings! On!
That's not bad.
All right.
This is valuable. I'll hang on to it.
What would it be doing here? Might as well claim this.
Oh, we got more.
Cap of Vikings! On! Friends show what friends got.
Oh, my plumage is everywhere.
There we go. That was harder.
Let me just fix this.
This has got to be worth a bunch.
Got an odd shard.
This is something decent, right?
Painter.
Might as well claim this. The outcome is patently clear.
Let's end this quickly.
And then this.
No love lost. More enemies. I'll call them. I'll call them. Appreciate it. We can do better yet. Leave the enemies to me.
Very attentive of you. Feel it in my body.
Down goes the elite.
Got it all figured out.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Harvesting Ethersphere.
Got a lock on another ether sphere.
Okay. So the fun thing about this is technically I could just swim this. Technically. Nothing's stopping me from doing it. However, is that a good idea? No. This ship moves way faster than I can swim. Another thing to be noted about driving this thing is that the camera does not move automatically.
Never seen this place before.
Fairview Cape.
That's quite rare.
Is that what I think it is?
Good thing we found this.
The last time we saw a waterfall like this, it was at the cliffs of Moritha. Why does that look like a hand? You know what I'm looking at, don't you? And then that... I feel like that's Gormont? There's our vortex that nobody can pass through. That looks distinctly like a hand right there next to the Titan. Jump. No. I know exactly what happens. There's no point.
These are worth a bit, right?
What would it be doing here?
Alright. Alright, test... I was going to, actually. I was going to check that. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, just like with any wall over here, but... Yep, it's a wall. Horn Island. Double Crag Gate. I think I know better than to fight that thing. Oh, it's only level 56, never mind. We'll help the Golgans.
Can't even call this practice.
Which is a new type of foe. Looks like it's not that far off from Tyrkin now. And done.
Did you see me in action, Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great.
Looks like they claimed the container. Too bad for them, I'm too high of a level.
What would it be doing here?
Funny, they've got these giant sea creatures, and they're only level 56.
Oh, that's a rare one. Right, guys, let's give it some.
Ha! Let's get into this. I mean, it's rare, I may as well, right?
We can do this!
Feel it in my bones! I'll patch you up. Just bear with me.
Leave the enemies to me!
Smooth as always, Noah. Yeah, feels just like it should. Say the half of it.
And down it goes.
This was a nice find.
Looks like a pretty rare specimen.
Definitely didn't get these giant pineapples and whatnot in the previous games. They put a lot of effort into making new sorts of things.
This is something decent, right?
Now, I can tell the frame rate of the game is suffering from this area, but hey, it's still impressive.
Oh man, they've really gone and done it now.
Mia, would you do the honors?
Hey, that's not your everyday chump.
This is something decent, right?
Last Ansel.
Let's light these muggers up. Fear point.
No love lost.
Me.
Perfect time.
Power grid.
And done.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
There's always been plenty of exploration before this point, but I think that they were like, yeah, you know, we've sort of given you a path before, now we're gonna just say, have at it.
Now to ascend.
I think this is the first time I've climbed sideways in the whole game. Or I mean, where climbing sideways was the entire point of it.
Might as well claim this.
I got careless.
Sorry, you guys.
Up we go. Eh. What's down here? Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Never seen this
Did I read
place
things
before.
wrong?
Nice. Let's try walking the other direction for just a bit. Yeah, no, I still don't, actually.
I guess this is fate too, huh?
Other than not water. I could tell it wasn't water anyway.
This way.
Because water has a different appearance on the map.
This is valuable. I'll hang on to it.
What would it be doing here?
And back up we go. At least we got the container.
Let's stay cautious.
Hey, the mud has dropped something. Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
That did give me some nice stuff.
that what I think it is?
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
We should harvest this ether.
That's an Agnes thing. Whatever it is, it's not a permanent feature of the landscape. Be on the map otherwise.
Time for a tea break?
Horn Island Camp! We're here at Shilshill's request. Do you have a stone for her? Ah, that time has come. Where's a stone of mine gone? Cannot remember. We're supposed to be collecting them for her. Ah, Daisy Daisy only have redstone, but have gotten meaning behind it. Friends happy to take anyway? As long as it's a stone, the particulars are unimportant. Shilshill must be real busy if ask help from human people. There's some scaredy pond like Memo out there, so keep some peeled eyes handy. We will.
We have some new names registered.
Daisy Daisy here from Simon. Came to help. Many Agnes soldiers gathered at Erythia Relay Base. Frontal assault now very difficult. Please to prepare properly here before depart. Welcome to shop.
Let's see what you have.
Ah.
So that's the state of affairs.
APC latest plan is to go way more east than Ishan Isle.
Everyone, get some rest.
It does leave. Okay.
I feel like I could lift mountains. Hey, want to see me try?
Personal hygiene is every soldier's duty.
And we'll save.
It's vital to keep a record of events.
That's gonna close it for today. We made a lot of progress. Lots and lots more progress. And it seems that we'll not be making a lot more direct progress for quite some time. Because they just opened up an entire sea for us to explore. And this Erythia Sea is way bigger than Aerith Sea. Way bigger than Aerith Sea. So, anyway, that's going to be all for today. So thanks for watching, and I hope to see you next time.